Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, join with me in a word of prayer. Guide, we beseech thee, Almighty God, members of the Senate, that we may wisely deliberate of this country and for the glory of thy holy name. Please join me in the Lord's Prayer. Say in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Commences and stays business.
Item number 3, oath of allegiance or affirmation of new Senate.
Yeah, okay, that's it.
Senator the Honorable Terry Noel.
One hand up.
I, Terry Noel, do swear that I will faithfully bear true allegiance to Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and her successors, according to law, so help me God.
One second. So here, this side here.
Name. Name. Thirty-first, right?
It's okay. July 31st, so July.
Oh, okay. This July, okay. That was.
So that's me. That's me. That's here. Yeah, so you can take your seat.
Senator the Honorable Tessa Alexander, sincere.
Oh, shucks. We'll have to do it over. Yeah? Did you hear the mic? Did you hear the mic?
I, Tessa Sincere, do swear that I will faithfully bear true allegiance to Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to God, according to law, so help me God.
Side where? Yeah.
Item number 4, confirmation of minutes.
Senator, the Honorable Simon Steele.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the minutes of the proceedings of the sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's, Friday the 17th of April 2020, be taken as read.
Honorable members, the question is the minutes of the proceedings of the sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, in St. George's on Friday, 17th of April 2020, be taken as read. All those who are of that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Senator Steele.
Mr. President, I beg to move the minutes of the proceedings of the sitting of the Senate held at Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's on Friday the 17th of April 2020 be confirmed.
Honorable members, the question is that the said minutes referred to earlier be confirmed. That is the minutes of the proceedings of the sitting of the Senate held at Mount Weldale, St. George's on Friday, 17 April 2020 be confirmed. All those who are of that opinion say aye. To the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Item number 5, messages from the Governor General. Item number 6, announcements by Mr. President.
Honorable members, there are a number of matters which I would take the opportunity at this time to address. Firstly, on their behalf and on my own, I wish to welcome to the House our two newest senators, Senator the Honorable Terry Noel and Senator the Honorable Tessa Alexander Sincere. Normally I give way to women first, so notwithstanding the order in which you took your oath, I will defer to Senator Sincere. I take this opportunity to extend to you a most profound and hearty welcome to this chamber. From just my brief review of your biography, you are quite a talented individual with an array of interests, and I can say from your sojourn in doing modern languages to your master's which you currently hold in human resource development and performance management, to your BEd in educational administration with an upper second class honors, with your associate degree in secondary teacher education and as a qualified teacher. I don't want to read out an entire biography, but I think it's important to familiarize other senators with your background and achievements, your professional service that you've rendered so far to the country as a consultant in curriculum development, your work as an abstract reviewer, American Public Health Association, as a facilitator, leadership and group dynamics, as a motivational speaker for young people. And to me, that is what strikes me most, because the future does belong to the youth. So it is good to have someone like yourself with your background in the Senate representing the views of young people who make up 65%, I think, or 67% of our population. You have done a number of publications, and you are currently working quite assiduously on some other work which I trust you will publish soon. Those works include the impact of university education of secondary schools in Grenada, performance appraisal practices in public secondary schools in Grenada, the influence of school culture on students' educational achievements. So you have quite a wide repertoire of experience in various disciplines, and you are certainly very active in that regard. You have been the Deputy Chair of the St. Andrew Development Council, Chair, Education Committee, St. Andrew Development Council, and you have done several feature speaker stints on various occasions. Past first Vice President of Toastmasters Club Grenada, and you have even had your hands in judging debates of young people, helping them to develop intellectually and, of course, be articulate and to express themselves. You have been a former member of the Education Committee of the Grenada Educational Development Grenada, former protocol volunteer officer, past president of the St. Andrew Youth Council, first vice president of the National Youth Council. So, honorable members, this is the background of Senator Sincere. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that this chamber and its proceedings and debates will be enriched by your presence and your participation. And I look forward to seeing that academic progress unfold. This is what the country requires. This is what the country needs. This Senate has had, and I want to blow my trumpet here a bit, the singular distinction of being a chamber of quite lively and stirring debates. And you will find that I am very accommodating on these matters. The duty of a parliamentarian is to represent his interests, whatever that interest is or her interest. And we do so by debating. I find it very stimulating to listen to intellectual debates, but debates that must be presented in such a manner that both the highly cerebral as well as the not too literate can understand the points, and therein lies your challenge. I have no doubt that based on your community experience, you will be able to faithfully execute that duty and to be able to communicate to the people. As a house of review, and this is essentially what we are in terms of legislation, I also look forward to your contributions in that regard. So once again, on behalf of all members of this House, I wish to welcome you and look forward to your contributions. And I thank you, Senator. Secretary Noel, another St. Andrew representative of the people of St. Andrew, born in Maribor, one of my favorite places. He's a temporary lecturer at the Marshall Community College, a political activist, a writer, a musician, and a farmer. An interesting combination. How you are capable of blending all these diverse interests and abilities speaks to the kind of talent that you have. He pursued a BA Honors degree at the University of the West Indies in political science at Cave Hill, Barbados. And during his studies at the University of the West Indies, he was vice president of the Historical Society and was involved in organizing and planning various activities for the society, including a lecture on the role of the Caribbean leaders in contemporary society presented by the St. Lucian intellectual Dr. Tennyson Joseph. As a political scientist and historian, I can anticipate that we will be enriched by your contributions as you are able to contextualize, by virtue of your intellectual discipline, a lot of the debates that is in place here. Senator Noel, one of the things that has always disturbed me is the learned behavior imposed on us during our slave experience to forget our history. And we are notorious in forgetting our history. We seem to pay very, very little respect to the past and for our forebears, to whom we should be eternally grateful for where we are today and for the struggles. I mean, you speak to a Jew and the Holocaust is at his fingertips. You go to Israel and their monuments. There is not a single monument in this country to our foreparents because we've come from the womb of slaves. We seem to be ashamed of a past for which we were not responsible. There is no monument celebrating our great liberators except Eric Matthew Gary, but he is only one in a stream of liberators. Julian Fedor, the second great revolutionary movement in this country. There's no image of him painted anywhere. He's not even on a postage stamp. You can find the face of Elvis Presley on a postage stamp. You can't find Julian Fedor. Our indigenous forefathers who suffered the fate similar to those in the Holocaust, we still repeat a history that's so false, that they were Caribs and they were eating people. What utter dishonesty and nonsense. And we regurgitate that without trying to write our own history, and that's the challenge I throw out to you. As a political scientist and as one deeply involved in history. Terry Noel, as a farmer, I think that Senator Kemp, you will find cause for a cross solidarity. So I think that the presence of the farmers in the Senate is strengthened Senator Campbell. And I know that we can expect a course of activities between you two senators, and I look forward to those debates. Terry has a very wide scope of interest. Having completed his university education, he returned to Grenada and has been involved in political activism through his writings on the Caribbean News Now Grenada online newspaper. Some of his most popular commentaries are Grenada, the destruction of a revolutionary heritage. And I seem to have preempted, but I look forward. The disparity and neglect at the Princess Alice Hospital and other things that you've written on. Did the Grenada revolutionary model contribute to its demise? A very important piece of debate there. I'd like to have a one-on-one debate with you on that at some point, not necessarily in the chamber, but it would be a good polemic for us to have. And he has contributed a lot. He made some contributions to party manifestos, etc. And now he's here. He believes that the Grenadian economy will never reach its full potential unless government seriously addresses the issues of decentralizing the Grenadian economy. And I'd like to see the political theories which surround those issues. So I look forward, because I would suspect that all of these matters will craft your stance in the debate. So I can anticipate, senators. So on behalf of all the senators, I really wish to welcome you and to make you feel at home. Feel free to speak your mind. Of course, one of my fundamental functions is to guard the decorum of the Senate. So we will debate, we will disagree fiercely, we will advance our arguments, but we will do so with the decorum fitting of the upper house. We have always maintained that, and when in this house, the people look forward to lively debate. And I do not believe that we will disappoint them. Later during the course, when other senators stand to speak, they will have an opportunity to welcome you individually, but I want you to feel at home. If there is anything that you want to know, if on any occasion you are looking for any sort of help or any guidance in rules or anything, feel free to contact the clerk or myself directly. My telephone numbers have always remained the same. They've never been changed. From the time I've been in the union up until now, my numbers remain the same. I'm easily reachable. I know that some training sessions are being planned, and hopefully the induction course, the clerk will inform you about that shortly. Honorable members, I want to take this opportunity to express, which I did in letters, both on your own behalf and mine, the former senators who demitted office sometime earlier this year. I took the opportunity to write each of them, and I wrote, as I said, in my own capacity as President of the Senate, but also on your behalf, as we had not had the opportunity to formally bid them farewell because we had no knowledge of what was unfolding. I just wish to read into the records, since I've associated you, the members of the Senate, with my farewell letter, it's important that I read it to you. And this is a letter I sent to Senator King James. Dear Senator James Former, reference to the matter of recognition of contribution and demitting office of the Senate. Well, she did write me, let me just point that out. Senator did write me a letter, and I'll read the letter after I've read this one. I acknowledge receipt of your letter of June 9th, 2020, and was indeed moved by its contents. I would take the opportunity to read it at the next session of the Senate, if you have no objections. With reference to the above captioned subject matter, that is, in the matter of recognition of contribution and demitting office of the Senate, I express on behalf of the members of the Senate and on my own behalf deepest appreciation, recognition, and thanks for the contributions you made to debate and proceedings in the House of Senate. I am confident that there is unanimity in the view that your presence and participation were positive and contributed to the enrichment of the debate and legislation examined and passed by this House. Unfortunately, the circumstances under which you demitted office did not allow for the Senate in session to properly bid you farewell. I therefore trust that the sentiments contained in this correspondence will suffice in expressing our very best wishes and successes in all your future endeavors. It may yet again be an opportunity in the future to see you return to either of the houses and trust that the experiences you have gathered during your term will prepare you for future public service. And Senator James was the youngest member of the Senate, and I sent her this letter on all our behalf, members. I table this. The letter she wrote me earlier said, "Dear Senator Humphrey, I hope this letter finds you in good health and that you and your family are keeping safe during these unprecedented times. Over the past few years, I made a conscious decision to play an active role in frontline politics, even when my parents did not approve, in the hope of becoming a catalyst for change. Change that serves the needs of the people, more so youth of Grenada. This afforded me the opportunity of having a voice or a platform to speak directly to the hearts of my cohorts on issues that I am most passionate about, and that is important to our nation. A premonition of fear pervaded my senses as I thought to myself, I was not ready. I was not equipped to take up such responsibilities, but forward before me, of course, seeing that most of the other members were seasoned politicians and experts in their field of work, I wrestled with my doubts and my faith. And for me, I believe I put my best foot forward during my appointment. It is against this backdrop I extend heartfelt gratitude to you as President of the Senate for seeing and acknowledging my potential and growth during the 2 years, and for always ensuring to give me guidance and constructive criticism when necessary. Overall, this experience has allowed me to gain the arsenal needed for my future academic development and overall growth. Once again, I express my profound gratitude for your unwavering support, and I look forward to continued communication. Senator Karine Zenil James. The other letters, although personalized a bit, went all in the same vein, so I don't think it would be necessary to read all of them, but a letter was also sent to former Senator Glennis Roberts, as well as former Senator Ron Redhead. Thank you, members of the Senate.
Item number 7, ministerial statements. Item number 8, presentation of papers and reports from select committees.
One second.
Item number 7, ministerial statements.
Senator Steve. Before Senator Cox speaks as well, Leader of Government's Business, I want to do an adjournment, and I've been thinking about it and couldn't quite settle on my mind. When we would invite the new senators to give their maiden address. Whether we would do it now before ministerial statements, so that in the opportunity of your ministerial statements, you may also wish to acknowledge their presence before we get into the meat things. Right? I wasn't quite settled where in the paper I can do it, so I will make that interjection now. As you know, I always preside by consultation. It's a decision up to me, but I always wish to engage. So senators, if you wish at this time to make your maiden statement against the background of a summary that I gave you and what you are looking forward to, you now have this opportunity to do so before we get to the heart of the matters of today's business. You now have that opportunity. Well, I left it between either of them to decide who will speak first, but my no preference is to Senator Noel. You have the floor.
Okay, good morning, Mr. President, and good morning to the senators in this House. Mr. President, as a new member of this honorable House, I am indeed humbled and honored as a progressive thinker to be a part of this honorable House where I believe that I can make a meaningful contribution to this Senate and by extension to the development of this country by ensuring that decisions and laws are made towards a more holistic approach in our development. But let me first of all thank the Most High God for health and strength during this most difficult time, during this COVID-19 pandemic. Let me also thank the Honorable Tobias Clement for allowing me the opportunity to be involved in this country's politics. For this, I will be forever grateful. Since our inception, Mr. President, this country had a turbulent political history, as George Brizan described it, island of conflict. We have always been a revolutionary people, and it was said time and time again that revolutionary blood runs in our veins. The Kalinigo people who lived here before us have left a legacy. After the French invaded this country, the Kalinigo people resisted and never subdued themselves to the colonial army. They fought till the bitter end and committed suicide by leaping into the sea at Leapers Hill, St. Patrick's, rather than being captured. And while there were descendants of the Kalinigo people in other countries, islands in the Caribbean, there is none in Grenada due to their revolutionary stance against colonialism by preferring to commit suicide. This story can be linked to the Jewish revolt at Masada. According to the Jewish historian Josephus, the Jews resisted the Roman legion, but was eventually surrounded where they were eventually cornered on the hill of Masada. And instead of being captured or killed by the Roman army, they believed that it was by the will of God and by necessity that they should die. They then decided to commit mass suicide before the Roman army arrived. By the time the Roman army arrived, they were all dead. So these are the connections to the stories. But Mr. President, despite it is an interesting moment for me at this juncture, it will be remiss of me if I did not mention that I would have preferred to make my entry at the old Parliament building, at your house, with all its symbolism based on my historical background, where great men and women once stood to debate the issues affecting this country and the struggle they would have had in deciding the future for us. I would have preferred to stand and debate around the same table because I believe that being there would allow me to have a spiritual connection with our founding fathers who have paved the way for us today. Mr. President, it is important to note that this country is no ordinary country. This country has produced greatness throughout its political history. By so doing, Mr. President, I would have been able to make a spiritual connection with great T.A. Marichaud, a statesman, who championed the call for regionalism, something still revisited today as the best way forward for Caribbean states. In recent time, Caribbean leaders such as the late Owen Arthur and Mia Motley have passionately emphasized the need for regionalism. T.A. Marichaud was firm and resolute in his struggle against colonialism by taking on the powerful colonial masters in Britain. He believed that unity among Caribbean states was the best way forward for the economic survivability of the region. They approached the independence process collectively rather than divided independent states. He earned the title of the West Indian Federation, and when the father of the West Indian Federation, and when the British government tried to fabricate a scheme to get the colonies to say to the United Nations that they wanted to remain with Britain instead of obtaining independence, he bluntly refused, where it was left to Grantley Adams of Barbados to do it. In a speech during the Grenada Revolution, Mr. President, by Maurice Bishop, he had this to say about T.A. Marichaud, and I quote, "Here was a man of complete eloquence, whose power of speech was only matched by his power with the written word. As he leveled his pen at them, colonial administrators and governors who had sat behind the most expensive desks in England and idled their way through Oxford and Cambridge universities through right of birth, quake and tremble. And yet, T.A. Marichaud had no university education, not even a secondary education. He learned to read and write without the benefits of electricity. He had no money to buy books. He had no access to vast libraries. He learned his brilliance from the streets of St. George's and the great hills and forests of our beloved Grenada. He studied the hearts and hopes of his people," unquote. I am saying to this House, Mr. President, that we are a country that have produced greatness beyond greatness, and that we are no ordinary people. But it did not stop there, Mr. President. Thereafter, another great man emerged from my parish. His name was Sir Eric Matthew Gary. His entry into politics was considered by some to be prophetic. We both attend the same primary school, the St. Mary's RC School in Lafayette, St. Andrews. He fought a long struggle against colonialism, putting his life on the line by organizing general strikes and sparked numerous unrest within the country. In the process, many buildings were set ablaze, where the disturbance became known as Sky Red, prompting the British authorities to deploy outside military reinforcement to help regain control of the situation. He gave lands to the landless, empowering the ordinary man. He was taken into custody, but in the end, he did all of this for better condition and wages for the agricultural estate workers, thus improving the standard of living for the poor, ordinary Grenadians. But yet, in the end, in my view, he has lost his way, paving the way for a new dawn in Grenada's rich history. Nevertheless, Mr. President, the greatness of this country continued to prevail. Subsequently, Mr. President, during the decade of the 70s, another great revolutionary emerged, Maurice Bishop. His revolution made this country the first country in the English-speaking Caribbean to execute a revolution. It was said that this revolution spirit ran through the veins of every Grenadian. Eventually, Mr. President, his revolution came face to face with the United States of America, the most powerful country in the world. Nevertheless, Mr. President, before the collapse of the revolution, he was able to galvanize enough support and success to transform the economy and the lives of poor, ordinary Grenadians. The achievements of the Grenada Revolution in only 4 years is unmatched. The revolution introduced free secondary education, free access to university scholarships, the building of an international port, agro-processing and manufacturing, the National Insurance Scheme, and the Marketing and National Importing Board were only some of the achievements of his revolution. Mr. President, I believe that the time has indeed come for a new generation of progressive politicians to take their rightful place in history, where we can seriously transform this beautiful country with its immense potential into making it a better place to live. Over the years, Mr. President, I was always concerned by this government's centralized approach towards our development. And I have spoken about it time and time again, where in my view, over 70% of our economic development is located in a small corner of the southern tip of this country. It is important to note that 2 major projects contributed significantly to the development of the South, spurring economic activities to the area. 1, the St. George's University. 2, the Maurice Bishop International Airport. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, there has been very little infrastructural development to the rural parts of the country to revitalize the rural economy. Mr. President, what is wrong with developing the other towns where they can be competing with each other for economic space? It will only mean well for economy. The collapse of the banana industry and the closure of the Paul's Airport during the revolution has crippled the rural economy. In contrast, Mr. President, in a tourism-based economy, all the hotels, and I repeat, all the hotels are located in St. George's, the port, the international airport, the cruise terminal, and 2 stadiums at the same location when cricket enthusiasts are from the St. Andrews and St. David's and St. Patrick's area mainly. In comparison, Mr. President, in Barbados, where I lived for about 12 years, the hotel belt there spanned not 1, Mr. President, but about 3 to 4 parishes, from St. Philip in the north to St. James in the south. Furthermore, Mr. President, the international airport was built in the parish of Christchurch, bringing significant development to other parts of the country, where people from different parts of the country can benefit. Likewise, Mr. President, in St. Lucia, member of the OCS just like us, they built 2 stadiums, the Darren Sammy National Cricket Stadium and the George Odlum Track and Field Stadium in different parts of the country, spreading their development throughout the entire country. However, in Grenada, Mr. President, we have chosen to do all our development in a modern society in one corner of the country. Therefore, Mr. President, I will continue to advocate for the decentralization of the Grenadian economy, where our citizens from the rural areas can enjoy the benefits that others are enjoying. This, in my view, Mr. President, should have never been accepted in modern society. In fact, a more prudent, progressive move should be taken immediately to decentralize this backward medieval development by transporting economic development to the rural parts of this country, because once remain in its original construct, this country economy will never be able to reap its maximum benefit, where money will continue to circulate in one small area of our society rather than around the entire country. This backward medieval type of development has over the years exacerbated the divisions between country and town. And it is for this reason, Mr. President, that this negative country and town mentality continues to coexist within our society. One of the fundamental principles of government is to unite its people rather than create division, when the truth of the matter is that we are one people with one goal, one destiny, and one struggle. Mr. President, it is clear that the arrival of the COVID-19 pandemic has certainly exposed the weaknesses of our economic development being pursued by this administration. Therefore, Mr. President, I cannot and will not support a government that continues to build an economy only on the fragile pillars of tourism and the citizen by investment program, especially where tourism has been the most seriously affected industry globally at this time. Note, Mr. President, that I am not suggesting that we abandon the tourism industry. There are still economic benefits to be derived from it. But an important industry, such as the agriculture industry, should have never been put on the back burner by this administration. Mr. President, long before the arrival of the COVID pandemic, I have been one of the most ardent proponents on the agriculture industry. I have been on various television and radio media houses making the simple, obvious point about the need to invest in the agriculture industry. Because, Mr. President, almost every other sector, in my view, is linked and tied to this, in a serious way, to the agriculture industry. For example, Mr. President, the agriculture sector is linked to the health sector. According to Bishop, eat what you grow and grow what you eat is still part, unquote, is still part and parcel of our society today, thus providing a healthier population which will increase production and revenue to the state. Also, Mr. President, the agricultural sector is linked to the business sector, where business is conducted regularly between farmers and the MNIB, Marketing Board, between the farmers and the hotels. But more importantly, Mr. President, the agriculture sector is linked to the manufacturing industry, where there is the potential to transform our natural resources into a finished product through agro-processing, reducing the huge food import bill, thus avoiding unnecessary spending and creating more revenue for the state, which will eventually improve our standard of living significantly. Moreover, Mr. President, it is important to note that the farmer is an economically independent individual. He or she doesn't have to beg the government for a job. Instead, he creates his own job. Furthermore, Mr. President, he provides gainful employment within the state, employing them in the process. Mr. President, he produces a commodity and sells it for a price, which makes him a producer and an entrepreneur. So in essence, Mr. Speaker, the farmer is more important to the state than the average businessman or woman who is engaged in buying and selling. Mr. President, that's why yesterday it hurt me during the Lower House debate when I heard the Minister of Agriculture referring to the farmers in a condescending tone as the poor little farmers. Mr. President, this government has not yet realized the full potential of this important industry. Moreover, Mr. President, the Maurice Bishop International Airport is arguably the biggest project ever undertaken by any government in this country's history, and was built to complement not just the tourist industry, but more importantly, Mr. President, the agriculture industry. The former revolutionary leader understood too well the importance and relevance of this vital industry and the benefits it can bring to the state. According to Maurice Bishop, in his last speech in Brooklyn, New York, 1983, and please permit me to quote him at some length. I quote, "This international airport is an ancient dream of the people of Grenada. This international project, as we see it, is the gateway to our future. As we see it, it is what alone can give us the potential for economic takeoff. As we see it, can help us develop the tourist industry more, can help us develop our agro-industry more, can help us to export our fresh fruits and vegetables better," unquote. It is important to note, Mr. President, that the comrade leader in his speech referred to agriculture not once, but twice, and referred to tourism only once, as he emphasized the need for the airport. But, Mr. President, I would like to see this country move beyond the traditional ways of doing business, where presently, for the most part, selling raw materials or raw products to the industrialized countries and getting minimal profits for our produce. Therefore, Mr. President, I am advocating for a government that understands the huge potential and benefit that can be derived from agro-processing and manufacturing. Likewise, Mr. President, I am advocating a government that understands the huge potential in the poultry industry. This country imports bill well over $60 million, and that was back then. It might be much more than that now, in poultry on an annual basis. Therefore, I will support the idea to approach the World Trade Organization to impose tariffs on imported poultry and invest heavily in our local poultry industry. Imagine, Mr. President, what well over $60 million can do for our local economy and the poultry industry here. In addition, Mr. President, the fact that we are a third world country means, therefore, that the chicken that we import and consume is not the best quality, which will eventually lead to an unhealthy nation, which will put an extra burden on our health system, where health and wellness is key to having a healthy nation. According to the American historian and philosopher Will Durant, the health of nations is more important than the wealth of nations. In closing, Mr. President, I am advocating for a government that values our history. I believe that this country has a very rich, colorful history, and it should be preserved and promoted in every way. Mr. President, our history begins with the Kalinigo people and their struggles against colonialism by committing mass suicide, to Julian Fedor rebellion, a rebellion that came closest to replicating the Haitian Revolution. Military strategists that control the island for 14 months straight and is given little recognition for it. Not even a monument was erected in his name, whereas in Barbados, the Bossa Rebellion that lasted for just about 2 to 3 days Bossa has been declared a national hero and a monument erected in his honor. Moreover, Mr. President, of the Haitian Revolution emerged Henry Christophe, who was a Grenadian-born slave who fought in the war with Toussaint Louverture and later became King of Haiti. Mr. President, I'm advocating for a war museum that can be linked to tourism, since we were the only country in the English-speaking Caribbean to execute a revolution. Mr. President, according to Marcus Garvey, the philosopher, a people without their knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. No, thank you. You would rest a copy with the clerk because we want to put things in the booklet. We have other Maiden contributions, so we want to booklet all of them together with the appropriate photographs and so on for posterity. Yes? Something that you could look back at and your grandchildren can read. Yes? And that the young people, if they go to the libraries, we are developing a library here, the Curtis Strawn Library in memory of the longest serving clerk. I believe he may have been the longest serving clerk in the Commonwealth outside of the UK, I think. So the library here is dedicated and carries his name. So we want to be able to do these things so that researchers in the future, can come and see what it is we were discussing, how the different perspectives of different peoples, different senators. So, yes. So, Senator Sincere, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am a bit more conservative with words. Mr. President, I stand before this House humbled to have been selected to serve as a senator. Mr. President, if anyone would have suggested to me a couple months ago that I would have been in this or any similar position, I would have promptly said no. Clearly, God had other plans because here I am today. It was Lao Tzu who coined the popular statement, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step." Indeed, this is true for all of us. And today, Mr. President, I wish to share an abbreviated version of some of the steps in my journey thus far. I was born and raised in a low-income, single-parent family. My mother was the head of the household. My mother was a seamstress and then a trafficker at those times, trafficking between Grenada and Trinidad. And then a sheller. I don't know how many persons may remember the functioning of the GCNA with those machines that crack the nutmeg. And she would spend countless hours, those that were not properly cracked, sitting with a tray and shelling those nutmegs. And sometimes when there were shipments, as they were called, my sisters and I would have to go to help her. As our economic circumstances changed, my mother adopted. My father, a civil servant, worked at the Grenada Cocoa Association. Agriculture is sort of in my blood. And then at the Ministry of Health. I am the last of 5 siblings, maternal siblings. I grew up in the environs of Canal Road, Telescope Bay. And if anybody knows what are those communities, they would understand what I'm going to say next. I was a wayward, tomboyish child. And my mother was quick with the belt. Mr. President, I am sure you can imagine what ensued as a result. A tomboyish, wayward girl and a mother who was quick with the belt. Eventually, wisdom prevailed, and my mother had a truth of some sorts. However, the essence and value of my childhood escapade, my friend Michelle, created a long-lasting and deep love for all things Grenadian. And I love to use our local vernacular, Mr. President, permit me today to assert that I is a Grenadian through and through. I attended the St. Andrews Anglican Primary School, then Grenville Secondary School, then went on to what was then Grenada National College, where I studied modern languages, so I basically have the ability to speak 3 languages and a little patois from time to time. I attended Teachers College and then returned to teach, eventually becoming a head of department and a member of the school's senior management team. As you would have already highlighted, Mr. President, I went on to complete a bachelor's degree in educational administration while caring for my niece and nephew and my own daughter and doing everything else. And I often got the question, well, how are you doing all of these things? And I continue to get that question. And my answer remains the same, the grace of God. I went on to complete a master's degree in human resource development and performance management, and now completing a doctorate in higher education with the University of Liverpool. Mr. President, Eagle would want me to take credit for all of these achievements. But the truth is, at every level, there were persons who believed in me and contributed to my development. Mr. President, my journey has taught me my life is not just mine to enjoy, but to give way and purpose to a higher cause. Miriam Williamson says it best, and I quote, "As we let our light shine, we unconsciously give other people the permission to do the same," end of quote. And by extension, Mr. President, we pay it forward. We become our brother's keeper, and we help each other self-actualize. We serve each other. Mr. President, in this regard, I wish to highlight that I have and continue to have a very active service record. I would have served as a member of the Grenada Red Cross. Some of these things I tend not to put on my CVs because, you end up with a CV of so many pages. But today I chose to just share a few of them. And later became the teacher responsible for Red Cross at Grenville Secondary School. I was a member of and president of the St. Andrews Parish Youth Council. I served as a member of the National Youth Council and vice president. I served as a youth ambassador. I served as a member of the Minister's Youth Advisory Council, and the list goes on. Judge for debates, speaker at motivational sessions, facilitator of staff development sessions, facilitator of the Youth Parliament from time to time, community group member, and Mr. President, when there was a scarcity of French tour guides, I also served as one. Mr. President, I really cannot remember an occasion when I was asked to serve in any capacity where I would have refused, except where there were clashes with my schedule or instances where I did not believe I was going to do an effective job, I take my involvement very seriously, and if I cannot give quality contributions, I do not engage. Mr. President, I am cognizant that service can and does have far-reaching impacts, and as such ought not to be taken casually. Mr. President, I've said before, and I will continue to affirm, that my appointment to the Senate is really a position of service to Grenada and Grenadians. And I come into this role with a high degree of seriousness and commitment. However, Mr. President, I wish and anticipate that my being here would also serve as an encouragement to others to take up the challenge and responsibility of doing same. Mr. President, I tend to be quite an observant person, and as such I tend to delay my response to issues until an opportune moment presents itself, a moment that would be most impactful. Mr. President, I suspect today is a good day, as good a day as any. While I applaud some of the initiatives taken, Mr. President, I have observed issues at both the micro and macro levels of our education system. Mr. President, my experience, training, and knowledge of its impact has created a deep appreciation for all things related to education. As such, I consider it my duty to mention those issues this morning. Issues of discipline. Discipline of students. Teachers moved from one school to another apparently as a means of discipline. Administrative issues, specific schools getting continuously students with behavioral or academic issues. Students spending 5 years at a secondary school and leaving school with no subjects to write. Vocational programs still being regarded as second class to academic ones. An overloaded curriculum. Efforts to innovate in an archaic system. Lack of resilient structures in the system. The need to decentralize tertiary education, to list a few. However, Mr. President, I must say I was pleased to hear the Minister for Education speak of values education. I believe, though, values education start at the top, with those in positions of leadership, authority, and influence, modeling the very values we would want to instill in our children. Mr. President, the attitude of do as I say, not as I do, just would not cut it anymore. I believe, Mr. President, the Prime Minister of Barbados captured the essence of what we need quite effectively in the concept of moral leadership. Mr. President, one of the popular assertions these days is that COVID-19 has resulted in the new normal. I pray that this new normal is epitomized by a return of some of our old but critical values: closely knitted families and communities, respect and love for each other, concern and care for the elderly and those in vulnerable positions, Furthermore, Mr. President, I think inclusion is one of the most fundamental values needed to move our country forward. Mr. President, no one group of individuals have all the ideas to creatively and successfully address current and imminent challenges. The scarcity of resources, urgency of responses, and other challenges that may emerge demand genuine cross and multi-sectoral collaborations, as well as a departure from partisan politics in all issues, as appears to be the current trend. Mr. President, this also predicates the issue of equal and veritable opportunities, where there are transparent criteria for recruitment or access to different initiatives. Moreover, Mr. President, in order to move our country forward, it is important that evidence-based approaches be employed. In relation to this, Mr. President, while I understand the explanations provided by the ministers in response to some of the questions of the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Mr. President, these explanations indicated the need for ease of access to data, as well as fluidity of connections between data reservoirs of public records. I therefore look forward, Mr. President, to the data center mentioned by the Honorable Minister for Infrastructure. Mr. President, there is also a pressing need for rural development, as Senator Noel just highlighted. I fundamentally believe, Mr. President, that persons of different socio-economic backgrounds should coexist in the same communities. As such, our communities would receive from both ends, and of course, we would have persons being motivated, being fueled by those whom they view as being more affluent or more educated, or whatever the case may be. Mr. President, as perhaps my service record alludes, I am a strong youth advocate. In fact, Mr. President, many things do not get me ruffled. However, issues affecting the youth most definitely do. I am not one who subscribes to the popular adage that the youth is the future of tomorrow. For you see, Mr. President, in my humble opinion, this creates the impression that the youth has a long way and wait before they can actually contribute to their own existence. For years, Mr. President, we have been guilty of disregarding the abilities of the young people in actively contributing to the issues that shape and impact their lives. For too long, we have held the youth at bay instead of meaningfully engaging them and mentoring them to take up leadership positions in our communities and our country. Mr. President, I would be lying if I say I am not heartened to see the young people who are stepping forward in whatever capacity to let their voices be heard on different issues that are currently existing in our country. Mr. President, for too long we have, by our very dispositions, conditioned young people to question their abilities. Mr. President, the young people should never be in a situation where they ask themselves, who are they to be, but instead, who are they not to be? I therefore anticipate the active involvement of our youth in every sector of our country. Mr. President, another area of interest for me is public health. And I'm sure, as many of you know, I work at the Department of Public Health and Preventive Medicine at SGU. So by profession, I am in academic public health. However, given our current situation, I am sure I will have the opportunity to speak to this at a later date. I also have a keen interest in employee rights, especially in the COVID season. Mr. President, just this past week and a half, I've had 2 conversations with 2 employees whose rights were apparently being infringed on. Mr. President, in closing, I wish to acknowledge that my journey has, up to this juncture, been reflective of some of the roads in our country, punctuated with big potholes and high-speed bumps. And had it not been for some persons, I would not have gotten thus far. Mr. President, Kofi, the Jamaican reggae artist, in one of her songs, said gratitude is a must. And so, Mr. President, with your permission, I would like to openly acknowledge some of these persons. My family for their support, my mother and my siblings here in Grenada and diaspora, my forever friends, they know who they are, my primary school teachers who always believed in me, especially Mrs. Yvette Sinak, my secondary school teachers, especially Miss Linda Johnson, Mr. Stephen Wall, and Mrs. Vashti Stanislaus Williams, my college lecturers, especially Miss May Patterson and Dr. Jeffrey Britton, Dr. Omar Chidar Elchi and Dr. Sati Shibidesi, who kept nudging me to do my doctoral studies, the members of the safe room. Mr. President, sometimes I wonder what I would do without this group of young persons in the safe room. And Mr. Clement for having afforded me this opportunity to serve, and the rest of the opposition team for their support. Mr. President, as I delve into this role, I go forward appreciating Psalms 37:23, which reads, "The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, as he delighted in his way." Mr. President, I look forward to serving with the honorable members in this House and to healthy, robust debate. Thank you for your time, Mr. President.
Thank you most profusely, Senator Setier. We go back to the other people. We are at the point of minute, and I think Senator Cox was the senators. I caught you. My eye caught you as the person wishing to make a senatorial statement. By the standing order, the time frame on that is 10 minutes. But given the fact that we only have 3 ministers on this side of the aisle, and 3, what did I say? What I did on the last occasion, and I will do again, because you cover so many portfolios, In other words, the entire block of time for the government side should be 1 hour. I will assign that hour by giving each of the ministers who was delivering ministerial statements 20 minutes instead of the 10. So Senator Cox, bear that in mind. And for the new senators, and for a reminder to the more seasoned senators, you can inquire for clarity or for purposes of expansion. Once a minister rests his ministerial statement, you can rise and indicate that you want to ask a question on the statement. If the question is too complicated, I may advise, because it is not an opportunity for ambush, it's an opportunity for seeking information, and you can rise after a minister has rested his statement to seek clarity on any matter that he may have raised those statements that you wish clarity on. If it's a bit a complex question, then I would direct that you put it in writing and send it to the clerk, and it will come upon the question time at the next sitting of the Senate. Yes? So, Senator Cox?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to give some short report on the Ministry of Youth Development, Sports, Culture and the Arts, and also on tourism and civil aviation and agriculture and lands. Mr. President, before I proceed, I know that you have welcomed our new colleagues on our behalf, but I wish to take the opportunity just to say a special welcome to you guys, and honorable senators. I think that we're going to have a wonderful time here, given your address and some of the things that you are passionate about. I think the country is in good hands, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I proceed, I want to ask of you to request of this entire House to stand in a moment of silence. Okay. There are some, okay. Sorry. Sure. I'll forward the names. To you. Yes. Okay.
Sorry, died as a member of the Ghanaian Parliament. So we will take that item there.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to first start off with the Department of Youth. Mr. President, we continue to work steadfastly. As we know, these are not normal times. It has required the ministry to review its operations, to revise its budget, to see how we can continue to move forward with the programs and plans for youth development in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Mr. President, we continue to move forward with our primary program, the Imani program, and we are looking to initiate a new batch of Imani trainees come September of this year. Mr. President, it's one of the most flagship important programs and maybe the most talked about program within the ministry, of course. And one of the reasons for that is because of the size and the impact that it has on development of young people in Grenada. Mr. President, we continue to work also on the youth parliament, youth debates. That is a critical aspect of the development of a young person. We believe that exposing them to those debates and the parliamentary process at an early age is critical towards the sustenance of our government and the parliamentary process, Mr. President. So that program is ongoing. The Empower program, one of the program that is very dear to me because it focuses on our young men in our constituency, various constituencies throughout the country. Some of those young men who are at risk, who may have been left behind. This program provides an opportunity for them to find a way to find themselves, and it has worked very well from the first cohort, and so we continue with that program, Mr. President. I believe that this program will continue to bring significant results, and we should see a change. If you look at the statistics in terms of the young men at Her Majesty's prisons in comparison to it is cause for great concern, Mr. President, hence one of the reasons for why we're embarking on this program. Mr. President, with training, we continue the training, and one of the most significant training that we are engaging in right now is the SECW training. It's a safety at sea training for young men and women. Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Deputy President and the Chair. The safety at sea training, it's a training that is very important for persons who are desirous of having a career in the maritime industry, Mr. President. It's an international certification. It's this certificate that is required for anyone wishing to seek a job in the maritime industry, whether on a cruise ship, whether on a yacht, whether on a cargo ship, oil tanker, whatever the case may be, the certification is required. And so, Mr. President, we believe that by taking that initiative to giving young persons that opportunity to access that training, it lends itself for them to have direct access to jobs within the sector. It also provides increasing the capacity of our fishermen because this training involves firefighting, CPR, safety at sea, so it's a very important training, developmental training for fishermen as well. So when they go out to ply the trade, they do normally go out a few miles well. They in turn will know how to keep themselves safe. As you know, when you're out at sea, anything can go wrong. And so this is a very important training. This training is in high demand, Mr. Deputy President. The islands of Petite Martinique and Carriacou are the most subscribers for this program came from those islands for obvious reasons, Mr. Deputy President, because the sea is where we ply most of our trade in those two islands. Mr. President, it was mentioned here this morning by fellow colleague Senator Cecilia. I'm happy to hear that she was a past youth ambassador as well, and that program, we just commenced that program again. We believe that it has significant value, and maybe she may well give us an opportunity to speak to that program going forward and how it has helped shape her and mold her to be at this place, this honorable house this morning, Mr. Deputy President. So these are some of the key programs that we are working on at the Ministry of Youth, the Department of Youth. Mr. President, I want to move on, Deputy President, to sports. Mr. President, during the COVID, we try to find some way to continue to engage stakeholders, and of course, this is something where it has been new for us. And so one of the things that we realized, one of the first things that we did was to identify some of our coaches who have underlying conditions, who have challenges, who are most vulnerable to COVID, and have them, of course, removed from engaging in public. We try to safeguard all our staff as quickly as possible when we recognize what was taking place, Mr. Deputy President. However, we use that opportunity to engage in a number of developmental training for persons while they were at home to keep them engaged in the area of their expertise. Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, we are currently working also on our national sports policy. It has been a document that has been long in waiting. There are a lot of calls came for that policy approach as to how the development of sports should be tailored in Grenada, and we are working on that document. Currently, the draft policy document is with stakeholders, and we are engaging them for feedback. We're hoping that we can have a final document on or before the end of 2020. We should have it before, but for obvious reasons, the timeline got pushed back. And so we are very excited about this. We believe that this is timely. We now have to look at it and reshape it. Now that we have COVID, that is also will form part of the policy. How are we going to apply sports? How we are going to develop sports going forward in the presence of COVID? Mr. Deputy President, our student athletes, we have a number of student athletes overseas, and in particular those in the United States. We have been in contact with them, and they have been having some serious challenges, Mr. Deputy President. Fortunately, we were in a position to offer some assistance to them, Mr. President, because one of the things that happened with COVID, persons had to move off campuses. Their scholarship got slashed. They were not able to find a place that they could afford, have to go and live by a friend or a family. So, the Deputy President, it has been a tough time for those student athletes. One of the things that that was really clear, and I was very impressed with athletes, is how they were able to adapt. Some of them find temporary jobs, and they were able to do things. Some of them were training inside, using different means for training. Mr. Deputy President, I was truly impressed when they gave a report. We had a Zoom call with everybody. I was really, really impressed with what they are doing through those difficult periods, and I really want to commend them. I want to register that here in this honorable house, Mr. Deputy President. So they are doing fine. They had some challenges. As you know, there was a policy decision to revoke visas, student visas for students who have to do online classes. Fortunately, that has been rescinded, but still there have been some challenges because some of the schools are going to go online, and they're advising some of the students, so some student athletes are scheduled to come back home to Grenada, but they will be continue their classes online. The challenge is the athletic side of the development. We are still working to see how we can continue that development so that they can represent us in the sporting discipline, Mr. Deputy President. So that is something that we are working with, but we are happy that they are in a much more comfortable place currently. Mr. Deputy President, in the country we are working on upgrading some of the policy approach, and we're working on upgrades our major playing areas and sporting facilities in the various communities. I'm happy that I heard the concerns raised, not enough attention being given to other communities, and I think that is quite sincere and genuine, and that is something that we must continue to pay attention, that every community is important. And even also in the midst of COVID, persons have a greater need wanting to go out to exercise, and so those playing areas are very critical towards the development of our young persons and athletes. Mr. Deputy President, when I visited last August, I mean, you go and you see over 200 athletes out there trying to do a little program, little exercise, little training. That was very, very interesting and welcoming, Mr. Deputy President. Even our current world champion, javelin, Anderson Peters, was there training, working hard, trying to stay fit, because he's working towards getting into Olympics, some Olympics next year, Mr. President. So they are working hard, and so we have a responsibility to ensure that we keep those facilities up to standard so that they can do their best for themselves, their family, and of course, Grenada, Mr. Deputy President. So we've been doing some work upgrades to the plumbing facility, major upgrades at the Las Vegas playing field. At Progress Park, we are currently now building, constructing cricket nets. As you know, St. Andrews is a cricketing community, and they do have outstanding cricketers. Some of the top cricketers came from St. Andrews. And so that is a critical facility that was lacking there. So a cricket net is currently under construction. It's going to be a concrete strip and a tough strip. So we're hoping that as soon as that is concluded, the Cricket Association in Cricket Council in St. Andrews, they are going to benefit significantly from that facility. We have had some significant discussions with them. We are also providing a facility for them as a secretariat so that they can operate the business of the Cricket Council throughout the year. So that also will be placed at the Progress Park facility, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, Willie playing field, there has been a chronic situation with that playing field in terms of being waterlogged because of the nature of the type of soil that is there. So we're doing some significant and major work being done there right now. The entire surface 6 inches top layer of the field is going to be removed, and we're going to be installing some French drains to improve the drainage for that Willis playing field. It's one of the stronger communities in Grenada. They are very united and together, and they know exactly what they want. And they were very instructive in pushing for us to get this done for them. So that is being done currently, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, the Limes playfield, that's an area that has a major problem as well with flooding and also some unevenness. The field was not able to be utilized properly over the past 2 years or so. And so we have to announce that we have done some major work there leveling out, and we have some more work to do. And the committee members, they are very much involved in what is taking place and giving some directions, and also some historical context of what used to happen or where the water is coming from. So those local information is very important for when the technical people come, so know how to make that intervention to curb that problem that currently exists. So, Mr. President, we're happy that we are moving forward with that. The 4 playing field in St. Patrick's, we work together with GFA to get it up to standard. So the bleachers are already in. So we are currently doing an analysis. We have engineers going in to look at the whole top layer, have it leveled out. So some significant work is going to take place at that playing field going forward. Mr. President, those are some of the major, Deputy President, major things that are taking place in the area of sports currently. Mr. Deputy President, in culture and the arts, this is one of the most significantly impacted sectors. I get calls every day. Sometimes it's difficult when you hear the cries of persons who apply their only form of livelihood is within this sector. And because this sector, because of its nature, where persons make a livelihood through gathering, and now that is something that we do not advocate for obvious reasons. Because of COVID, we cannot gather as we used to pre-COVID. That has really significantly hindered those persons' livelihood and even from the tourism sector. So, Mr. President, we are working with the private persons to see whatever livelihoods that can be generated in a meaningful way so that persons can survive. But it has been a tough one, Mr. Deputy President, for persons in the cultural sector. Mr. President, currently one of the signature programs that we have working in the Ministry of Culture is the establishment of music labs. And I note that we, first of 2 music labs, the first one has been commissioned at the McDowell College in St. Patrick's. I was there, excellent music lab. It was commissioned by a young student who I think he dropped his first single. So it was very, very interesting. And to see that music lab, the committee members came out and was welcome. We are close to completing a second one at SAS in St. Andrews. That is also going to be a much bigger music lab. We believe that is going to have significant impact on that community, on the St. Andrews and also neighboring communities benefit in terms of the development of culture, persons going there to apply the skill, their talent in the area of music and arts. Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, I just want to move to tourism. Mr. Deputy President, tourism, as we all know, has taken a serious blow as regards to the prospectus, what we are looking at in terms of going forward for 2020. Grenada, over the past 3 to 4 years, have been growing exponentially in the area of tourism. And with COVID, that has significantly smothered everything. Mr. President, we believe that with continued dialogue with our stakeholders and trying to understand how everybody can coexist and can move forward and to find a way to operate with COVID or post-COVID, Mr. Deputy President, we believe that that is critical. So a number of discussions, a number of meetings have been taking place with stakeholders looking to see how we can reshape, looking to see providing opportunities through stimulus packages for funding, for strengthening their capacity, the whole tourism sector capacity. And one of the first initiatives that the ministry undertook was training, having persons get the requisite training, knowing how to carry themselves in COVID, how to interact with persons who are due to come in as we open up our borders officially on the 1st of August. Mr. Deputy President, I think this is critical to get persons in the right mindset to know how to deal and how to operate in COVID, as is something that we cannot run away from, but we have to face it head on. So those training would have taken place in all the various sectors, ranging from taxi operators to small vendors to hotels. Everybody have gone through this significant training, and we want to commend the Ministry of Health for
Thank you, Senator Diali.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for delivering this important training. Mr. President, the tourism sector also has tentacles not only throughout Grenada but outside of Grenada. And because of COVID, a number of our Grenadian citizens who are employees within the cruise ship sector, cruise industry, were stranded overseas. And we were happy to bring them home, Mr. President. It was a very tough operation, difficult operation, tough decisions, but we stayed fast, and the decision was made, and over 300 cruise ship workers, Grenadian workers, our citizens, our brothers and sisters were brought home safely to our shores. I think that was one of the most moving moments for me, to see persons get them back home, and how persons felt being able to come back home or to get away from being on a ship trapped for months. And in some cases, other persons were getting affected, other persons were dying. So I think, Mr. President, I think the Ministry of Tourism needs to be commended together with the committee for doing that. Mr. President, agriculture and lands. Mr. President, there has been a number of deliberations, number of discussions. I can recall a whole decade as regards to agriculture and the way forward for agriculture in Grenada. And I am availed having discussions in terms of a development approach and how we move agriculture forward, because that is an area of competence for me. I have a wealth of knowledge in the agricultural sector, Mr. President. But Mr. President, I think one of the things that is instructive, and one of the things that we have to do, is that we must get an appreciation for everything that is responsible for how we move forward with agriculture. And the Ministry of Agriculture have been working tirelessly, looking at everything in a holistic manner to see how we can move the sector. And one of the biggest challenges, Mr. President, that is facing this structure is the reception to changes, the reception to improvement. That is one of the things that's really affecting the transitioning, and for us to improve. But have more discussions of that going forward, Mr. President. Mr. President, I really, on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, we want to commend our farmers for their responsiveness during the COVID time. They really came out and ensured that we had produce for the nation. I think this is something that is sometimes underestimated and maybe not looked at. But we, as a government and the ministry, we continue to recognize their efforts. And that is something that we are very cognizant of. Mr. President, we want to also inform this Honorable House that recently we had a plant distribution ceremony taking place at Maribor. It's an area that I spent quite a bit of time to as well. Mr. President, over 40,000 plants have already been propagated and made available for distribution. The target is to bring it up to 60,000 between now and the end of the year, Mr. President. Mr. President, these plants, I must make mention, are significantly subsidized. So sometimes persons are not aware that the contribution that the government is making to ensure that agriculture moves forward. And I think it's important to underscore that what these plants are actually sold for is not what they really cost. They cost way more than what they are sold for. I think it's important to mention that. Hence the reason why we're using that to remove the true cost of those plants to ensure that each and every person who is desirous of involving in agriculture, expanding or starting, have the ability to access those plants, Mr. President. So I think this is very significant. We want to commend the ministry and the government of Grenada for doing this. Mr. President, there is a pilot project ongoing right now, and that has to do with bananas. And there's a long history with bananas, and we know how it has evolved, what has transpired, the whole issue of globalization, and how it has affected Grenada in this construct, the region. And it is a discussion and maybe to find a pathway for us to move forward. Well, one of the immediate challenges that we have with this sector has to do with looking at the disease, pest and disease, and looking at planting material that can withstand that. So if you do not have proper plants that can sustain and to produce in a sustainable manner, then you cannot really engage any market in a serious way. So we have to start where it is most important for us. And so we are focusing now on a pilot program that will see 10,000 tissue culture bananas being distributed among 14 farmers who are participating in this pilot initiative, Mr. President, which I think is a very excellent initiative. And my understanding, for obvious reasons, Mr. President, we are using tissue culture material to ensure that those plants are able to withstand the current pest and disease that prevails our shores, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think the Predial larceny, Mr. President, is an area that has plagued the industry, and Senator Campbell can speak to that. There have been a number of initiatives that the Ministry of Agriculture would have embarked on to aid farmers.
I think Senator Sinclair gave you the solution to the problem.
I hear you, Mr. President. I hear you. But I think it's instructive for us to mention what we are doing. And we can always complement with other suggestions going forward, Mr. President. Mr. President, some of the farmers, we move towards technology. So some of the farmers, they now have on their arms cameras which they can monitor. So that has aided, that has assisted. Not everybody currently can afford that facility, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think sometime going forward,
I don't want to stop you in flight, but why are you warning the period of larcenous that there are cameras? It's like giving the bank robber the key to the vault.
I think separated is part of the law that you're supposed to say that you have a camera up. Yeah, you should not be hidden. Otherwise, you're not able to yeah, the legal people can hear me out on this. I think so. Yes, Mr. President. So I speak to the sense that we have right now, I think, at the other place, Mr. President, that read the first the bill, pretty last-name bill, which I want to point on what is very instructive of this bill, is that this bill is tailored to target and to secure one of our most prized crop right now, which is soursop, which we are exporting to the United States, Mr. President. So I think the ministry must be commended for looking at soursop in a serious manner. And I think this is significant going forward. I think sometime at our next sitting, we may have an opportunity to deliberate on this bill or going forward after it is passed in the other place, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wanted to speak also on the merger, the current merger that has been worked on between GCNE and GCA, the Greater Cocoa Association, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think we could safely say more than 2 decades there have been discussions and deliberations over this topic. There have been persons for it, there have been persons against it, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I think with a recurring chronic situation over and over, every 2 years or every 3 years, these organizations reach out for significant financial support from government, either to prop it up or to take it out of a deep hole. Mr. President, we believe that if we are serious about these organizations, we believe that we have to find a better way for them to thrive and to thrive successfully. It is just about to wrap up. Thank you. If I could get 1 more minute, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Mr. President, these organizations do have some antiquated ordinances, and it's important, we believe, that the Ministry of Agriculture and the government, of course, look to see how we can improve these by bringing them together. Because there are a number of things that they do together. The farmers are the same. It's the same farmer doing cocoa, the same farmer doing nutmeg. Some of the operations, the modalities, how they operate is the same. And we believe that by merging those 2 organizations, it can grow to a stronger, singular organization serving both cocoa and nutmeg farms. Mr. President, I just want to speak quickly on an important project that is coming on stream. It's a land degradation and land neutrality project. It's a project that seeks to develop about 8 hectares. 8 hectares, that is roughly about 20,000 acres of land, Mr. President, for the planting of nutmeg and cocoa going forward, Mr. President. Also, 1,000 of that hectares through that project we address soil conservation in Karakou. There are some land degradation issues out in Karakou, Mr. President. So this project will see a number of acres of land coming under cultivation for nutmeg and cocoa. That is a response to the challenges that we have had from the devastation for both Ivan and Emily. Mr. President, with this, I say thank you very much for allowing me to give this report at this point in time. I rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Any questions from the other side? Okay, there don't seem to be any. I think the Cox, you were comprehensive. Senator, sorry. Senator Lewis, my eyes have not, Senator Lewis. Yeah, I say my eyes have not yet gotten accustomed to going that far up in the...
I understand, Mr. President.
Sorry, so I missed you.
No,
you have the floor, yes.
Thank you very much. Thanks to Mr. Cox for this update. I'm just seeking some clarity as to where we are with the stimulus package in relation to the workers in the tourism sector in the following context. We are aware that concerns have been expressed as to the intended benefits for the workers, and a number of them, the vast majority, did not receive anything, certainly for April, May, not sure for June. And the government had put out an official release as to the challenges that were experienced. And some of these challenges, in the words of the government, to paraphrase, had to do with the unethical and, if I don't want to use the word corrupt too strongly, practices of some of the employers, and taking into account that the government has indicated, and if I am wrong on this, please correct me, that no action will be taken against anyone who were guilty or was guilty of not performing accordingly. I would like to know, where are we now? And based on your response, I have an obligation to make, if that is permitted.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Senator Lewis, as regards to the reports, and even from the government, what I do know, most recently, the Minister of Finance did indicate that some persons would have indicated that they made some errors in their filing. As such, it didn't warrant, those errors were rectified, and it didn't warrant any action per se. As regards to the application of the payments that were delayed, I was informed that they should, if not be paid before the end of the month, but that should be resolved anytime now. So if there are any changes, we will be happy for whatever observation, whatever feedback that you may have come across, because this is a very important initiative for the country. This is one of the initiatives that we believe that transcends all boundaries, political and otherwise. This is something that we welcome every sector to give genuine and positive feedback as to what they observe and how how they can best give support in ensuring that this stimulus package creates the impact that is desired. That is what we are most concerned about at this time. So we welcome that feedback, Senator Lewis. Through you, Mr. President.
No.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I will normally give way to women, and in particular, my dear sister and friend from St. Andrew, but this is just a follow-up. So please permit me and bear with me on this occasion. Senator Cox, I hear your response, but if my memory serves me right, the release from the government categorically indicated that there were some deliberate attempts by some employers to mislead on the information provided. I do not know if there's a deliberate attempt to inflate figures. Here I'm not, let me make it absolutely clear, I am not referring to making service charge as part of a claim for salary, because I could understand that. I stood in this very probably spot and was one of the advocates for service charge based on my understanding of the construct of the basic salary package of the worker. So this is not what I'm addressing. I'm addressing my understanding of the result of the investigations from the Ministry of Finance, which may have indicated that some employers deliberately inflated the figures, some employers deliberately made claims so that management staff can benefit from these payments where it was absolutely clear that they ought not to have done so. And my concern will be if this is the case, if the government is still meant, unless the government is saying that your original investigation, Mr. President, turned out the report was an error, yes? And all that we are prepared to say is that we are leaving matters where they are. What are the messages are we sending to our young people? What are the messages are we sending to our society? When our young people on the blocks, when our young people, through part of the social dynamics that we have, there's a bill, I think, to discuss pretty Alassini. You know, in other words, when we order people do it, it is stealing, it is thieving. But when it happens at that level, and our population is listening, and our people that we need to follow, Mr. President, are setting examples, our leaders are quick to respond by indicating that we're on a new page. These are not good messages and signals that they are sending. Our people are listening. Our youth is involved, and I'm heartened by the engagement in the different social activities and activism that is taking place. And we need to lead by example. Mr. President, through you, I and the trade union movement hold the government partly responsible for that which have taken place by the activities of the employers, certainly within the tourism sector. And I'll want to explain. We were invited, and we accepted, to be part of the COVID-19 Economic Stimulus Package Evaluations Committee, whose objective was not to decide what amount of money will be spent. And that we understood and accepted to be the function probably of cabinet and others. We had different views on that, but we acted. When we sat in that first engagement, our understanding was, it was the tourism sector, the GTA was involved, the trade union was involved, trade union movement, and there was a representative from the National Democratic Congress involved in that very first discussion. Our understanding, and that made sense, was that we evaluate the information that is coming from the applicants. That would be the ways. And we were in a better position to do this because with a representative from the Tourism Association, with a representative from the NDC, and certainly with a representative from the labor movement, we were in a position to be able to detect if the information provided were at such that raised eyebrows. We were never engaged. And on making inquiry, we were told that the cabinet rescinded this decision because an error was made and we ought not to have been involved in this, because this is a cabinet decision. We were not saying, Mr. President, and probably we should have, we were not saying that we should be determining if it's $20 million or $10 million, but evaluating the requests. We were in a position to be able to point out that this application, information from employer B, did not meet the information that we have. And therefore, by excluding us deliberately, gave the avenue and the unchecked avenue for these sort of activities to have taken place in our view. And we have reviewed this matter. What has that resulted in? It has resulted in workers going without stimulus support for months. What has that resulted in? It has resulted in families being unable to feed themselves, even with a reduced amount, because it was ought to have been 40% of the basic income. And these are the sort of things, as we speak about social dialogue, and as we speak about the need to work together, and we speak about accountability, and as we speak about the use of our taxpayers' money, our scarce resources, if there isn't genuine engagement, These are the things that will continue to happen. And therefore, we hold the government responsible, and probably, this may explain why there was this quick announcement that we are not pursuing any of the employers that engaged deliberately, according to the report from government, deliberately in providing false information. Could you imagine an employee in a workplace, Mr. President, providing false information, especially financial information, to his employer? I am sure my good comrade Senator, based on his principle and his managerial professionalism, will not just say that let us forget this. The question is, my dear brother Senator Cox, and I know your engagement and your interest and commitment to youth. I've always said this. The question is, what messages are we sending? And therefore, when someone is found taking a coconut, which they ought not to do because it is stealing, and then they're arrested and they are being charged, what are the penalties? What are the penalties for the employers who deliberately mislead the state so that they can pocket that money? Okay, that was a report from the government. We want to compliment the employers who work day in and day out, night out, to provide correct information so that the employees can get the benefit from the stimulus package. And at the same time, to call upon the IS to do all that the law requires them to do, to go after the employers whom this process has shown have been robbing and stealing from the employees because they make the 4% or 5% deduction and they have not sent it to the NIS. That also tells me that they did not make the contribution of the 5 or 6% that they are mandated under law. And there's a penalty under the NIS. And colleagues, through you, Mr. President, we need to lead by example. And the higher, the more responsible authority you have, is the greater your responsibility. And when we provide service, to whom much is given, much is expected. And we want to register our deepest concern and disappointment in the response of the government to this. And I'm going to make a point on another topic, which is creating concerns outside there, where, for instance, we can misuse the state resources and we just leave everything floating in the air. It is not good. We are not sending a good message to our people. I wanted to place this on record. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
So before we get it, let me just clarify, and I think because there's probably a lack of clarity. As I said to you before, I preside with a great amount of liberty. Yes? But a question is not an opportunity for a debate. So let's, for the new senators, freshman senators and others, a question is not an occasion for a debate. A question is put and an answer is given. If to the mind of the senator, there are issues which are still unclear or there are policy issues which arise that creates an opportunity for greater examination, then that senator, by way of a motion, tabled on the next occasion, will have all the liberty to debate. But here's my problem now. Because there was a debate on a question, I will now have to extend to the other side an opportunity to be able to answer some of the clarities. But again, I want to emphasize, and there's a particular standing order on questions which says so, that a question is not an opportunity for a debate. But a question, you get an answer. You're not satisfied with the answer, or you believe that, you can come with a substantial motion, and when you bring a motion, you can debate for the whole day on that motion and raise all the points. So I just thought I should clarify that, but I don't want to disadvantage anyone. As I said, the essence of Parliament is debate. Parliamentarians talk, and I don't want to shut anybody down. So I just thought I would make that observation, bring it to the attention of individuals. Yes? So, Senator Cox, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
So 1 second. As a result, I will appeal to the Senator Dialli, why was not an accusation at your door personally, but certainly your constituents. And it is my hope that you wouldn't prolong the debate by rising. You could, if you wish, but having been, but I think that I have sufficiently clarified the issue. Yes? Okay. Senator Cox.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President, for your wise guidance as usual. As regards to through you, Mr. President, Senator Lewis' request, I am not fully aware what was the terms of engagement through the social partners, or what was promised or not promised. So I can't really speak to that at this point in time, Mr. President. But I thought it interesting, and I think it's important just to make note of just a couple of things, because I don't know, Mr. President, through you, how one could be blamed for somebody making a mistake, voluntary or involuntary. I don't know if someone could just stay somewhere and say, well, if I do that, that person wouldn't make a mistake, or that person wouldn't steal, or that person would lie. So I don't know. I'm still lost with that one, Mr. President. But I think it's instructive, Mr. President, that a government that has taken the lead, that has continued to be caring, continue to be considerate, and come forward and to do a stimulus package in a time when many other countries couldn't do it, when many other countries couldn't even pay salaries. To do that, and for someone who is representing workers to not even recognize government's commitment and government's care towards workers, but instead to blame government for doing a stimulus that may have had hiccups along the way. We welcome persons to help, but I said, I redirect, Mr. President, I close by redirecting the question, what message are we sending when we do that? That is the question that I close with. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Well, again, Senator, fairness, I think the concern was, as raised by Senator Lewis, was that, that there was a certain degree of dishonesty in the program, and had the organization of unions been involved to a certain degree in an administrative way, then there may have been a diminished opportunity for that dishonesty to arise. So I don't think it is so much blaming the government for the stimulus package, but as to say in the administration, there should have been a rule. I think that's the point. So I just don't want the thing to go back and forth, so I thought I would clarify that. But again, let me just draw Senators' attention to Standing Order 18. Standing Order 18, it's on page 12, 18D of the Standing Orders, and I shall read. Senator shall address the Senate upon any question. That is, a senator shall address the Senate upon any question. So you can ask any question, really. All right? And a question shall not be made the pretext for a debate. So I just want to reinforce that point. All right? So that's the standing order of the House. But as I said, I understand in the flow of things, people can, So I'm flexible in that way. So I didn't want to intervene to shut the debate down because there was indeed a debate. But I appreciate I myself have come through the mill and I know. So anyway, we can move on. I think Senator Sincere, yes, you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two questions for Senator Cox. Let me applaud the government for having restarted the Youth Ambassadors Program, as you said in your report. I do have a question on the criteria and the process that was used for the selection of the youth ambassadors. That's one question. And I also have another question in your report for sports. I keep hearing the names when it comes to playing fields being upgraded and, fixed and so on. And as a resident of Pearls, the playing field is right outside my gate, actually. And it's a playing field that is used quite a lot and has never gotten any upgrades. Are there any plans to upgrade the Pearls playing field?
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. President, I'll probably start with the last one first. The Pearls playing field, yes. Mr. President, the Ministry of Sports, I myself personally, we would have walked the area, perused the area. Currently, we have in our possession estimates for a sitting pavilion and washroom facility for Pearls. I normally don't make mention of things once it meets a certain way in implementation, then you will hear more of it, but we have already received estimates and drawings. We're just trying to finalize how we're going to raise the funding to do that. So thank you very much for raising that for me. As regards to the youth ambassadors in terms.
Invite the senator. If you already have drawings that are approved, even if they're not approved, but given the fact that she's raised it, it may be a good idea to invite her on a one-on-one and say, well, look, these are the initial plans that we have. This is what we intend to do. This is the scope of work. And maybe give her an opportunity to make a comment or two, which will very well enrich. So there's that opportunity. And for you senators too, you don't have to wait until you get to the Senate. You can write a letter. You can pen a letter to the relevant minister and say, well, look, these are my concerns, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And what are you doing about it? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. That is easy as we want to be. Just to add with the criteria, I do not have those criteria in front of me, but I can make them available to you. Of course, no, that's not a problem. So thank you very much for your point. Mr. President, I just wanted to add one thing. While we're on this in terms of infrastructure in the rural areas, as you know, Paul's Seymour area is where the home of the cultural center, and we have commenced the reconstruction of the Seymour Cultural Center. We have done a survey of the site. We have done a geotechnical study of the site. We have currently we demolished the old structure there. We fence the property. We also have a concept design currently, which we are to the community and invite community members to see the concept design. And currently, drawings are being worked on for the Seymour Cultural Center. So that is also something that is coming as well. Just to sure. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. Just a point of clarification regarding the GCA module, because on the Wednesday during the Law House sitting, the Minister of Agriculture made a point which kind of suggested that they come to some kind of conclusion or some steps have been made in terms of the merger issue. And there are two things with the merger and the liberalization of the boards. So I just need some clarification regarding how far, where, in terms of the merger or the liberalization.
Senator Cox?
Thank you very much, Senator, for that important inquiry. Mr. President, I indicate this is a very important initiative, an important process for Grenada. And first and foremost, we are thinking about the farmers in the process. They are the ones who benefit from this merger. So what is going on, what is happening currently, consultations with the farmers have been held. That is what is happening. I think they have 2 or 3 more consultations to conclude. And they are going to collate all the feedback from the farmers, the stakeholders, on what they see or what they believe and how it was presented to them, and their understanding on that particular merger. And they're going to draft a process, how that merger is going to take place, who is going to do what, how the assets are going to be dealt with. All that will be done. They do have a consultant on board who is assisting with that process. As the Minister of Agriculture did indicate, that significant work, significant studies, research, recommendations would have done over the past 2 decades on that merger. I think there's a wealth of knowledge for informed decision to be made on that. So soon as those consultations are concluded, the ministry will announce what's the next step and how to forward with that. But be rest assured, the stakeholders and the public is significantly involved in this process. And it's a process that we're going to do to ensure that the whole nation understands what is being done, how it is being done, and how the farmers are going to benefit from this at the end of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to give ministerial statement for the ministries I'm responsible for in this chambers. But before I do, I would just like to join my voice with my fellow Senator Cox in congratulating our 2 new senators on the maiden speech here this morning. And it is a good move and a great moment for young people, I believe, in the country when we give opportunities to young persons to represent youth on the whole in the nation. And I do believe you have before you a great platform to help change lives. And as we do on this side here, stand up for what is right, we encourage you to do this, to join with us in ensuring that we stand up for what is right and to make every move that will benefit not just the young people, but the entire population of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. So, welcome. Mr. President, indeed we are living in challenging times. And the COVID-19 pandemic is unprecedented, and these unprecedented times, it also presents to us an opportunity or a moment, or I will say a legacy moment for all of us. But history will judge us for our response to COVID-19. You see, we have an opportunity in this honorable House to ensure that laws are made to protect our people. We have a responsibility to articulate information that will help guide our people to become responsible citizens and to respond in positive ways when information is presented. If we refuse to provide this sort of guidance and advice, we will be watching or creating the environment for our young people to live in their own bubble. And I'm not saying it's wrong to live in their own bubble, but at the same time, to make decisions that may not necessarily advance their future and give the opportunity to serve humanity. So those of us here, we have that opportunity to establish this. And I trust we will not fail in any way. COVID-19 and what this little virus has done to this world. And we all are reeling from it. To date, it's about 10 million reported cases, and just about 700,000 deaths. And it is mounting. This morning I heard Hong Kong been complaining that for the last 3 days, they have recorded over 100,000 new cases. Texas is now reeling as the next epicenter in the United States for new cases. Florida, Miami, which is closest to us, is under the pressure of this virus. Thankfully, Mr. President, when we detected in March that we had cases on our shores, we moved with alacrity to ensure that we cut the possibility of community spread, and we did what we thought was necessary with a state of limited emergency to control and to ensure that the population understand, because we are a free-spirited people. Grenadians are. I don't know about island of conflict. No, that's not our labeling. We are free-spirited, happy, well, they can't say gay anymore, but happy and jovial people. That's who we are. That's how we grew up. Everything we make a light moment of it. So getting our people to understand, to take away those, what we call civil liberties and free-spiritedness was not an easy one. But from March to around 22nd, 23rd of March there, when we instituted those state of emergency, people may not necessarily accepted it, but complied because COVID stared everyone in the face, and we saw what is happening in the first world nations, and deaths and upon deaths and so forth. So people complied and remained indoors. There are those who violated the curfew and so forth. Yes, we had a few of these, because we are not known to be caged in. Well, was it wrong to do this? Of course not. Because we understood very early, if we don't, the consequences will be dire. And our health facilities will not, in any shape or form, will be able to respond. Because we are seeing in the first world nations, they can't respond. It was just too much. So we had to. Today, staring us in the face, and we've been guided by the Pan American Health Organization. I've sat in a meeting, not long, Minister of Health and others, and ministers of health from the region. And one day, the gentleman reported and said, listen, you cannot keep your borders closed indefinitely. You will have to open it at some point in time. With opening, there will be inherent risks. What is important is how we should manage the risks and reduce infection. So, on the 15th of July, we opened the borders to our regional counterparts. And on the 1st of August, tomorrow, we'll be open to international flights. I guess as much. Quite a lot of us or people in the population are concerned because of this inherent risks. But we are reminded by PAHO, you need to put systems in place to mitigate against community spread. So, Mr. President, protocols for entering the state of Grenada, Carriacou, and Martinique. What we have done, we've been able, using a system that has been used by the European Union as well and others, of a ranking system to rank countries based on exposure or based on confirmed cases. So a country that has between 0 and 19 confirmed cases will be ranked a green state. That's the best you could have. Countries between 20 and 60 confirmed case, and let me just qualify it, confirmed case in 100,000 population in a 2-week period. So if you have 0 to 19 confirmed case in a 100,000 population, within a 2-week period, you will be considered to be green. Between 20 and 60 confirmed cases and new cases, within a 2-week period of same formula, 100,000 population, you will be considered to be a yellow state. And over 60,000, or 60 probably, over 60 confirmed case in a week period of 100,000 population will be considered to be a red state. The worst you could have. The danger, Mr. President, that we're confronting at this point in time is that our closest source market, which is the United States of America, where a large pocket of our nationals reside, are probably get stuck because they're on vacation or probably training as the case may be, and want to come home. And of course, home is home. There's no place sweeter than home, so they want to return. But with returning, we have to be mindful of those inherent risks which I spoke about before. So, Mr. President, what is before us at this point in time is to ensure that the risk is minimized. So the protocol must be adhered to. And as a result, if we are successfully navigate this period, as we're seeing happening elsewhere, more stringent measures has to be employed to protect this nation. Mr. President, part of our risk reduction strategy to mitigate the COVID-19, and given that what the PAHO would have said to us, we cannot make any mistakes. And PAHO is constantly saying about the second wave. And the second wave could be worse than the first. Yes, in the Caribbean, we just had over 1,000 deaths within a few months. We had none in Grenada, thank God to that. But if you're saying the second wave will be worse, we have to be concerned. And what measures, when you talk about stringent measures must be employed, what are we talking about? Only this morning, the new report came out yesterday from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, our northern neighbor. They opened the borders to international flights. and 2 AA flights, one on the 11th of July and the other on the 18th. And of those 2 flights, we saw an increase of 19 new cases. What they had to do? Right away, extend on the mandatory curfew, or quarantine, I should say, the mandatory quarantine. So persons coming in and nationals coming back home will have to be mandatory quarantine for 5 days at their own expense to ensure that the necessary tests and so forth is done to give them the set of green light that they can go to the place of residence. Mr. President, so what we're seeing here, part of your movement is restricted. But are they doing this because they don't like the citizens? Of course not. This is done to ensure that the entire population is protected. And this has nothing to do with trying to be a dictator or to be draconian in measures. No. This is none of that. This is about protecting your state. We have to, and as I said in my opening, we have an opportunity to ensure that our legacy moment stands up. And people know that we made good decisions to protecting this nation. For those who haven't done it, you need to go back and look at this span epidemic in 1918 and see what would have transpired. See what would have transpired during those times and what had to be done to protect people. Thankfully, today, medicine has improved and we are better off medically, but yet we haven't been able to find a vaccine. But the world is waiting on a vaccine to help us. So our new normal would be walking around with a face mask, sanitization constantly, 6 feet physical distancing, the thing that Grenada loved to do before, hugging and kissing and so forth. You can't do this anymore except within your close family. Shaking hands, which a part of our socialization, is no more. That's new normal. So those things have been taken away from us. Is it because somebody hates us? Of course not. So I want us to put this into perspective now, Mr. President. Where do we want to go from here? And we have some examples as to where we should not go. A few weeks ago in Miami, the curfew was lifted. And we saw the beaches. Thousands crowded the beaches because it's like, I could understand. You've been caged for such a long time and you get a little freedom, so let's just go and have a good time. Nobody denying your right to a good time, you know. You can have your good time, but still you have to maintain what is required in this new normal. So covering your faces and wearing your mask and such. But that wasn't practiced in Miami. And before too long, Miami became the epicenter, took over from New York. A lot of young people died. Lots of young people contracted it. Because it was their estimation okay to just go and live life as what we consider quote-unquote normal. But this is not normal times. And with not having normal times, we cannot behave as if we're in normal times. So there must be measures. Some of it might be tough, but at the end of the day, It is for our good. So we need to ensure that do this. So the COVID-19 control bill, Mr. President, is no way intended to take away quote-unquote civil liberty. Is no way intended to pressure people into a state where all the freedoms were taken away. It's no way. And it's no way intended to give the law enforcement that sort of authority and power to just bulldoze your property. No. Everything is in context. And we have a right to tell the people the truth. What is this about? Nothing is new. All that is within that bill is rehashed from other pieces of legislation. But it's important for us to recognize that this is to protect us. So I want to encourage our people. We have to guard against what we have seen. Guard against those conspiracy theories. I've read so many on social media. I am wondering, we have so many, even as psychics around. Because everybody feels that they know exactly what is happening. So yes, a new world order, and yes, just name it. Nothing has been proven and founded on facts. But I am not dismissing your theory. I'm just saying, ensure it is done within context of our time. Also, Mr. President, we have to recognize that the intention of the government with this bill was noble. It was no way intended to take away civil liberty. The other thing that we need to recognize, government's responsiveness to the outcry. Government recognized that we made a mistake in that there should have been more consultation. And we withdraw to have those consultations. So you have the concerns, you have an opportunity now to present them. But the other thing that is, I presume that's the end of our 5 minutes. Yes, okay. So I'll just speed up. So the other thing that we need to look at is this government has been characterized as a caring government. And we have demonstrated this throughout our history. Just the mere fact of establishing the stimulus package is an example of care. We didn't have to do this. But this government recognized that a lot of our people will go under if they're not given support. So businesses will go under as well. And this government made a conscious decision to support. That's the example of a caring government. So this is out of character to say that this government is trying to be draconian and dictate, to be a dictator. This is out of character. This is not us. So don't try to label this government as that. Because it's totally out of character. And we can go back in history and see all the years of freedom. Not at any point in time this government has ever locked up any journalist for doing his job. And we could say dictator, but we could go in history and see who did it. Mr. President, I will rest my case on this. I just want to run quickly to say that under disaster management, our task is great. And we are in a period of COVID with all restrictions and protocol, and then we have above normal hurricane season. And today I'm just looking at my colleagues in the Bahamas is on the hurricane watch. Turks and Caicos is on the storm watch. It's a crazy season. Gonzalo was the 7th named storm for the season. On average, the 7th named storm in September. But we're in July and we had the 7th. So we are in for a busy time. So what we have been able to do, we've just been able to complete our shelter management inspection to ensure that, one, we have adequate shelters to house our people should the need arise that we have to activate them. But secondly, to ensure that we follow the COVID protocols. So the 6 feet distancing, the isolation room and so forth, all those things had to be considered. And we've been able to achieve this. The list will be published very shortly, but we have right now over 116 approved shelters, 82 primary and around 34, between 34 and 40 secondary shelters. I'll go into this probably another time as to breaking down what primary and secondary is. I would just want to speak for a short while on some of the things that we're doing in the Ministry of Health. As you know, the move right now is to smart our hospitals. Princess Alice would have been smart already, meaning that it would be able to withstand during a time of hurricane or so. But we also are moving right now to smart our hospital, Princess Royal. So preparing it to ensure that it will be able to withstand during times of hurricanes and so forth. But importantly, on island right now is a new extra unit for Princess Royal. Princess Alice has its own already. So the decentralization of health throughout the country is on. And this has always been the focus of this government, to decentralize the provision of health care or primary health care, build it up throughout the length and breadth of the country. So you do not necessarily have to come to the general hospital, but those services can be provided right in your community. And I'm happy that we are at that stage. Mr. President, there moved to Grenada Solid Waste, which I am responsible for as a minister. And over the years, yes, over the months from the 7th or the 9th of March, the 9th of March, fire started out on the plant. And I'm going to say here, fire started out, and we started immediately to try to treat this fire, to contain it. But it engulfed within 24 hours the 7.11 acre dump site. Constantly between then and now, we have been working with our partners, the Royal Grenada Police Force Fire Department, to ensure that we contain the fire. NAWASA has been working with us as well. And to date, Mr. President, we have spent over $204,000 EC dollars to try to contain the fire and to ensure that we do not have a recurrence. But here we're going to get that. Grenada has been able to secure funding from the CDB to do an upgrade, to build a new cell in the post-variance landfill. The objective is when we are completed with that new cell, that old dump site that we have will be condemned. So the process is ongoing right now to ensure that we have this in place. COVID, of course, would have slowed us down, but the consultants who came from Italy doubled up on effort. We increased more persons, and right now we're back on track in terms of preparation of this new landfill. I made a site visit, and I was extremely happy to see the leaching pond that has been developed. And the leaching pond is really and truly to ensure that methane gas, which is a fuel itself, do not get trapped into the cell, but the water as it leach out into that leaching pond, and by sedimentation and of course natural element, will dissipate this gas. We also know that methane gas is a greenhouse gas. And as being environmentally strong and Grenada going to be first in climate smart city, we have to ensure that everything we do within this period supports that coining of being the environmental city or capital of the region. So to trap the methane gas and to get it to move away and to protect the environment is extremely useful and powerful for us at this point in time. And Mr. President, we'll continue to do this. I want to again apologize to the residents in the vicinity of the landfill for your patience and tolerance with us as we continue to fight to extinguish this fire. There are little pockets, about 7% of smoldering still, and the reason for us not being able to totally get it extinguished is because the fire is more than 10 meters down, and the area is unstable to have the compactors to move to cover the area. Because the primary ingredient or material that is used to contain this is mold, and the compactor will not be able to move on this unstable surface. It's dangerous. But we have been able to employ a new set of hoses and pump water from Crackscoat Bay and been dumping into the dump site. And Mr. President, I'm happy that we're almost to a point where we're going to see a complete extinction now, to extinguish the entire fire on the landfill. When this is done, and as I said, with the new project that we're doing right now, it will ensure that when we finish, the current dump site, as I said, will be abandoned, boulders and the necessaries will be used to compact it and to ensure that the place will be protected. But it's important to note also, Mr. President, that methane gas and the likes happening in our period and interfering with landfill is not new. It's not new. I just want to close with a few seconds, Mr. President, thanks. It's not new. But what we are doing right now in Grenada is the best method of controlling your landfill. Mr. President, I want to reach out to our nationals and to say, yes, there are systems out there, weather systems, that can impact the nation over this weekend and into next week. Please continue to follow the advisories as provided by NADMA, the official source for disaster-related information in Grenada, and to make the right choice, make the correct decisions. And always remember, this is the new normal. Wear masks, follow the protocols of physical distancing, and to ensure that we continue to remain safe and to keep Grenada safe. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Garvey. Senator Katisha Williams, you have the floor. Oh, sorry, there were questions? Sorry. Yeah.
Any questions? Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senator Gawi, thank you very much for this report. And I will just start by asking, I know intention can be interpreted in any way, but because you spoke about intention in relation to the bill, I have one question. You introduced it. Just to ask, is it right, because there was a declaration by the Prime Minister outside of the bill, and therefore I'm asking the question, is it right to have Grenadians live on a permanent state of emergency until a vaccine has been found? That's one question. I now go to the reopening of borders, under which you had discussed. And given the importance, as you have indicated, of the challenges that we may face, and I want to place on record again our commendation of the government's handling, the government and people of Grenada handling of the challenges brought on by COVID, especially in its early period. We have placed that on record, and I want to place it on record again. We are all in this together. I want to make that point. It's important to know this. Yes, there are shortcomings. The question is, how many test kits do we currently have, both rapid and PCR, and designed for if there are challenges there? How many persons are trained to do contact tracing? How many persons are trained to do testing? That's the use of the kits. How many quarantine stations do we have? Who are in charge of them in terms of adherence and enforcement? That is relative to the reopening. And has the protocols been strictly enforced on everyone entering the state? That is specifically under the reopening. And if I'm permitted, could I now ask some questions directly on the NADMA? In relation to NADMA, we want to place on record our commendation, certainly to Superintendent Sylvan McIntyre and his team for a job done once part of the COVID challenges were placed on NADMA, which we thought should have been done earlier, given the training. Do you want to place on record? Now that we are heading into the hurricane season, the question for Senator Gawi. How many shelters exist just in case we have a hurricane, or earthquake, or volcano? I mean, I know we are in the hurricane, but I'm asking this generally. Based on the assessments that are normally done every year following the hurricane season, have the recommendations been implemented in relation to the concerns or so that may have been raised by the different committees? I know assessments have been done. What is the budget allocated to disaster management? And last Saturday, the 25th, while we were expecting the possibility of a 45 to 60 miles per hour winds, given the fact that we need our people to be vigilant, was it a correct statement to be made that it is business as usual? And that thing may have been ascribed to, and that's my interpretation. I may admit probably I could have called you. That's my understanding of Mr. President, of one of the comments that may have been made during one of the press engagements. Because if we make mention of business as usual, could that imply to people that we are back normal? Are shelters in place in every district? Are all committees and some subcommittees fully staffed? What resources do district coordinators receive to work within their districts? And lastly, on this, given the importance of where we are, especially having to coexist with the challenges of COVID, who is the deputy disaster manager? And these are the questions that I have for the minister with that responsibility.
Senator Lewis, well, I personally have lost count of the number of questions. Senator Gawi, but I'm certain you would appreciate that from his ministerial statement, the number of questions which have been posed, he may not necessarily have a lot of the data. So some of those questions may have to be put in writing and be sent to the clerk to allow and afford a fair opportunity for an appropriate response to be given. So I'm making just a broad statement because there are quite a number of questions. In fact, I've personally lost count on the number. So Senator Garvey, I will give you an opportunity to respond if you, but if you are not in a position to satisfactorily respond, you will indicate, and Senator Lewis, and then put those questions in the... Senator Williams, sorry, I missed, yes. One second, Senator Williams has a point of order, yes?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. My mic was on for some time now, but I think
again.
because of the current layout of Parliament, you had
Yeah.
some difficulty noticing me. But, Mr. President, I wish to rise on a point of order, but
Sure.
I see that you have already outlined some of the issues that I wish to highlight. But if I may proceed?
Yes, you shall, yeah.
In relation to Senator Lewis's questions, I wish to draw the House's attention to Standing Order 17, specifically 17.1, which speaks to notice of questions, and subsection 1 says that a question shall not be asked without notice unless it is of an urgent character or relates to the business of the day, and the senator has obtained the leave of the Senate to ask it. Further, subsection 3, a senator who desires an oral answer to a question shall mark his notice with an asterisk, and such a question shall be put down on the next sitting of the Senate after the expiration of 6 clear days from the giving of the notice. Also, lastly, Mr. President, I wish to direct the House's attention to Standing Order 19.5, which speaks to the manner of asking and answering questions. No more than 3 questions requiring an oral answer shall appear on the order paper in the name of the same senator for the same day, and any question in excess of this number shall not be called by the President, but shall be answered as provided in subsection 6 of the standing order. And we can read what subsection 6 says, Mr. President. So all this is to say that I believe that the members' method of asking questions and the content of his questions, as well as the procedure for preferring these questions, are inappropriate and out of order. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Senator Williams. But as I said, I'm quite aware, but thank you for assisting the chair, but I'm quite aware of that. Now, as I said before, on the ministerial statements, if there's a point of clarification that one wishes on a matter, but certainly if you formulate half a dozen questions, some which require a response of fact. And remember, I indicated in my prologue to the privilege that I referred to, as I said, the purpose is not an ambush. The purpose is to, Minister may have made a statement, and as some of the other senators have asked some clarification, which is quite easy. But if you file, I don't know how many questions, no, the others say I lost track, and many of them require a factual reservoir to answer them, because truthfulness is a standing expectation in the House. And a minister will want to be not only truthful, but also factual, because, you know, and he may require time. So this is why I said to him that it's up to him to decide which of those questions you're in a position to answer comfortably. It's up to him to decide. I can't decide for him. And if there are any that he feels he can't, well, then the senator knows he has to commit them to paper and then at the appropriate question. So thanks for the intervention on a point of order. But Senator Garvey, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, in my opening statement, I spoke to the importance in this period, a legacy moment, to ensure that we are, one, truthful, we are honest, and we're very factual. And I would love to answer the questions of my colleague senator, but to ask me over 15 questions and to give factual data, I don't have them. So I will ask him to commit them in writing. I could provide that at some other time. And I don't have to rehash what my fellow Senator Williams would have said, but we have a floor, we have a platform. Let's use it as we accustomed to do, to build and to develop. And I would want to be a part of that. So I want to answer all your questions when they are provided, are presented to me. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, I could go into that, and I appreciate that, sure.
To be able to answer all of these questions coming out of a ministerial statement.
No,
Yeah.
I totally accepted that, or I may, if I could just omit, there may have been one or two, given the urgency of where we are. But I take her, Senator Garway response. I'm okay with this.
Okay, so we can move on, yes. Senator Williams, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to prefer a statement on the, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is by no means an urgent question, but because you would have spoken on smart hospitals, and I know there is currently a move for electronic medical records, I was wondering if you would be able to give this House an update as to where it stands now.
Is it smart hospital or electronic medical?
Well, from my understanding, Senator Garway, electronic medical records would become part of the Smart Hospitals initiative.
Mr. Chair, I will be happy to provide that information, but I do not have the information here at this point in time, so it will be given later. At probably next appropriate sitting, you will have it.
If you may so wish.
Thank you,
You have
Mr.
20
President.
minutes and maybe a little bit more, depending on how your
That's 20
presentation
minutes,
goes.
Mr. President?
Hello?
That's 20 minutes?
Yes, and you may get a little bit more depending on how, I mean, you know.
Okay, I doubt I may require that much time, but I'll try
Okay,
my
well,
best.
it's up to you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to refer a statement on the developments within the ministries of Legal Affairs, Social Development, Housing and Community Development, and Foreign Affairs. And Mr. President, just for the benefit of the record, of Parliament records, I'm only the Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. However, I have been instructed to represent the goings-on in the Ministry of Legal Affairs and the Ministry of Social Development. But Mr. President, firstly, through you, I would like to extend a warm and hearty welcome to Senator the Honorable Noel and Senator the Honorable Sincere to this distinguished chamber. I can assure you, honorable members, that on this side of the House, we are a warm and friendly and accommodating bunch. And judging from your maiden statements, I anticipate and look forward to a spirited and stimulating engagement with you as we go about the people's business of lawmaking. So welcome again. Mr. President, before I dive into the substantive part of my presentation, I must comment on the surreal nature of the times that we find ourselves living in. Over the past few months, Mr. President, we have been caught in what I can only describe as a dystopian dream, which we could have never imagined would have materialized in our lifetimes. And what is unique about this experience is that it's not localized. This isn't something that is just happening to Grenada or the Caribbean. It's a global experience. It's a global occurrence. And that only operates to deepen our despair, our collective despair, and heighten our apocalyptic phase, if I may say so, Mr. President. COVID-19 has really shaken our perception of reality, and for some, it may have shaken their faith. But, Mr. President, I believe that we can find hope and solace in the regenerative nature of human civilization. Civilizations have risen and fallen, plagues have come and gone, wars have been fought and won, but in the end, human life and the human spirit persists, Mr. President. I am confident that Grenada and the world at large will survive this biological onslaught and emerge stronger and better prepared to face any similar future threats. We have thus far managed to do what many in the developed world have failed to do: prevent the unchecked spread of this virus and prevent the loss of life. This is not an easy feat to achieve, Mr. President. And as such, we must recognize the exceptional job that this government has done to curb the spread of this disease and safeguard the health and well-being of our people. Mr. President, thanks to the remarkable job that this government has done, and in particular, I would like to single out the Ministry of Health and the COVID Committee, we can have hope in the continuation of our species and the preservation of our way of life here in our little corner of the world. Mr. President, I mentioned the Ministry of Health and the COVID Committee. Yes, I have been at the helm of our efforts to fight COVID-19, but this has largely been a collaborative effort among all of the ministries, and one such ministry is the Ministry of Legal Affairs. So I will now segue into the Ministry of Legal Affairs, and the summary of the activities will be very brief, Mr. President. The ministry has played a prominent role in the fight against COVID-19 by working closely with the Ministry of Health and the COVID Committee. The team at the Ministry of Legal Affairs, including and especially the legal drafters, must be acknowledged for their tireless work throughout this pandemic, providing the legal regulatory framework for the fight against COVID. Every week we saw updated regulations, new regulations. These regulations had to be prepared, proofread, and of course sanctioned by Cabinet. So, Mr. President, I believe that they deserve special recognition for that. Mr. President, while the ministry has been occupied with the business of managing this crisis, there is a lot of other work going on in the ministry. In particular, I would like to single out 3 bills that are currently being prepared and have been the subject of many consultations and a lengthy consultation process. There's the National Sex Offenders Registry Bill, which, Mr. President, I think you will be particularly interested in. Then there are proposed amendments to the Criminal Code, the Evidence Act, and other related legislation to help address the sexual or the prevalence of sexual criminal activity in Grenada. And then, of course, there is the Cocoa and Nutmeg Bill, which is currently undergoing a series of consultations. Now, Mr. President, notwithstanding what is being said and has been said in the media, consultation has been customary in the Ministry of Legal Affairs. It has been customary to engage stakeholders in the drafting and finalization of bills. However, Mr. President, we must acknowledge, and the ministry acknowledges, that a lot more needs to be done. A lot more needs to be done to engage the public. A lot more needs to be done in public education, not just on bills, but pertinent legal issues. And the recent discussions and protests regarding the rollout of the COVID-19 Control Act highlighted some of those deficiencies. And the ministry has recognized that, and they have pledged to improve the infrastructure in the ministry so that the public can become part of this discussion. To this end, Mr. President, the ministry will endeavor to make use of the technology that's available to it. There's a website, and the ministry plans to make all bills available on that website. It also plans to use the Government Information Service as a tool for public education, again, not only on the bills, but on pertinent relevant legal issues. And recently we have seen the creation of an email address to receive comments and questions from the public regarding pending legislation. Now, the ministry plans to make this email address, Mr. President, not only specific to that particular bill, but to any future legislation. So this is something that is in the pipeline. Mr. President, the ministry will continue to improve the legal framework in Grenada. It will continue to advise and support the cabinet, and especially in these unprecedented times, it will continue the fight against COVID and the preservation of our health and safety in Grenada. And that concludes just a very brief summary of the work that is happening in the Ministry of Legal Affairs. I will not endeavor to delve into any other matters which are not officially laid before this House. Mr. President, now for the Ministry of Social Development, Housing and Community Development. This ministry performs an indispensable function in supporting the most vulnerable in our society. And its role has become even more crucial in addressing some of the deleterious social impacts of COVID-19 and the resulting lockdown period. During COVID-19, well, it's still occurring, but during the lockdown period, the ministry ensured the continuation of its major services, acknowledging that at this time, or at that time, more so than any other time, people will be in need of those services and programs. One such program, Mr. President, is the SEED program, which provides financial support to the poorest and most vulnerable citizens in Grenada. Beneficiaries of the SEED program were paid at home or at central points at the community level, and this method recorded major success. But what it also did, Mr. President, was to highlight some of the issues that are faced by the recipients of those funds. For example, a major problem is the withholding of funds by family members of some of the elder recipients of the SEED program. So while the circumstances were not were unfortunate, there was some good to come out of the situation, in that the ministry was able to evaluate its processes, identify problems in the procedure of the program, and try to rectify these issues. So the ministry has spared no efforts to ensure the safety and comfort of the elderly recipients. The ministry covered the cost of transportation to and from all geriatric homes, and continues to make seed payments directly at the village level and at the homes of the recipients. Mr. President, a total of 4,933 households from all constituencies received payments over a period of 2 or 3 days. 1,560 households received their monthly grants through the banks and credit unions around the island. The House must be reminded, Mr. President, that the SEED program supports 6,493 families, not persons, families throughout the island. And that may not seem like a lot, but in a population of just over 112,000 people, this is remarkable, Mr. President. This level of assistance to people of this country is unprecedented. We are talking about $300 to citizens from the government's purses without any strings, Mr. President. This is clearly a government that cares about its people. Now, Mr. President, one of the unfortunate consequences of this COVID period is the deterioration of the mental health of persons, and in some cases the exacerbation of existing mental conditions. And we have seen that manifested in a number of suicide cases, unfortunately. The ministry has recognized this as a pressing issue, especially in this period, and therefore it has ensured continuous access to counseling services. In particular, the public was able to access a counseling hotline that operated 24 hours a day during this period. The counseling unit at the ministry provided support to persons in quarantine, churches, workers in the public and private sectors, and persons with mental health challenges. To date, Mr. President, the unit has made over 1,000 psychosocial interventions. 1,000, Mr. President. Who knows how many suicides we have prevented by administering this assistance. Mr. President, another unfortunate consequence of this COVID period is the increase in the frequency and the intensity of cases of domestic violence and sexual abuse. Domestic violence and sexual abuse. Recognizing that, Mr. President, because people have been forced to situations where they are spending inordinate amounts of time with their partners, with their significant others, being unable to leave their houses, being unable to separate, And of course, that would have created the conditions for friction and, in some cases, unfortunately, instances of domestic violence. So therefore, it was important, it was imperative for the ministry to make the services of the Gender-Based Violence Unit and the Special Victims Unit available through the COVID period, and these services continue to remain available. Now, while I have dealt specifically with the challenges that the ministry has faced, specific to COVID, it must be noted that the usual business of the ministry continues. And one of the pillars of the ministry is its housing program. The ministry has continued to increase the housing stock in Grenada. It has continued a number of the housing projects throughout the country, a number of them scheduled for early completion, and a program which I think should be lauded and should be recognized, Mr. President, is a National Bathroom Assistance Program. And this program aims to eradicate the use of pit toilets throughout Grenada, Mr. President. It focuses primarily on vulnerable households who cannot afford indoor facilities, including the lone elderly, the disabled, and low-income families. And in life, we take the simple things for granted. We take using indoor facilities for granted, but for many people in this country, that is not their reality. But this is something that's important in preserving people's dignity and making them feel like valuable participants in this human experiment. I think I got a bit poetic there, Mr. President. So the Ministry of Social Development would like to recognize and thank its staff who worked throughout the lockdown, whether it's at home, whether it's in the communities themselves. These people never got a break, never got time off. They were on the ground every day, lending valuable assistance to the people of Grenada, Mr. President. The ministry will also like to recognize the general contributions from the private sector, NGOs, and persons in the diaspora. We'd like to truly thank them for their volunteerism and for their spirit of giving, Mr. President. And with that, I will just conclude the Ministry of Social Development component of my presentation, and I move to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Lastly, Mr. President, since the start of the pandemic, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, through friendly governments and its offices abroad, has been making efforts to provide support to the diaspora, as well as mobilize resources aimed at assisting the central government in its fight against the virus. If you will allow me, Mr. President, to just list briefly some of the support that we have been receiving from our friendly governments. Firstly, the People's Republic of China. The following were donated by the central government, the Chinese embassy in Grenada, provincial governments, and the private sector. And items are as follows: 40,500 face masks, 500 personal protective equipment, PPPs, 100 infrared thermometers, 500 medical protective goggles, 500 disposable surgical gloves, 500 medical isolation shoes, 1,536 PCR test kits, 1 PCR machine, and 6,800 rapid test kits, all from the government and people of the People's Republic of China. Mr. President, we also would like to acknowledge the assistance received from our friends in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. They donated to us 3,000 rapid test kits. From the government of Sri Lanka, we received 15 PPE suits. And now I would like to specifically highlight the work done by some of our offices. The Embassy of Grenada to the People's Republic of China, since the outbreak of the virus, has been relentless in their efforts to ensure the protection of Grenadians currently residing in China. Despite their lack of funding, Mr. President, the embassy has managed to do the following. The embassy distributed 250 N95 masks, as well as hundreds of latex gloves to students in China on 2 separate occasions. They also provided direct funding to these students. In fact, the embassy sent students 500 RMB on a bi-weekly basis. Additionally, if necessary, the embassy provided students in other parts of China funds to ensure their well-being. In addition to supporting students in China, the embassy in China also sent supplies to Grenada. They provided 16,000 surgical-grade masks, 100 medical gowns, 50 medical goggles, and 1,500 viral swabs. Mr. President, I think it's important to highlight that even though we cannot ever provide to China the assistance that they provide to us on the same level, in a gesture of goodwill, the Grenada Embassy in Beijing mobilized resources and donated a quantity of 5,000 masks to the government of the People's Republic of China during the height of the pandemic in China. Mr. President, I think it's important that I highlight this because, yes, we may not be able to give or support to the extent that we want to, but it's important to show our neighbors, our friends in the diplomatic arena that we're also willing to assist in any way that we can, and we deeply appreciate the assistance that they continue to give us, whether we are in a crisis situation or not. Mr. President, continuing with the assistance provided by our foreign offices, the High Commission of Grenada in the United Kingdom donated $18,500 to the COVID Relief Fund. The High Commissioner was also instrumental in facilitating the repatriation of Grenadian nationals, including students stranded in the UK, back to Grenada. Further, the consulate in Dubai donated $10,000 to COVID relief fund. The mission to the United States, Mr. President, facilitated and negotiated the following donation of supplies: 5,500 surgical and N95 masks, 2,000 surgical disposable gloves, 90 oxygen masks, 10 oxygen masks for children, and 100 units of medical accessories for oxygen masks. The Consulate General of Grenada in Toronto donated 30 gallons of sanitizing fluid, which was handed over by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Transport, for the sanitization program for the transport sector. The Consulate General of Grenada in Miami donated 5,000 masks. And the Embassy of Grenada to the United States, this embassy played an instrumental role in negotiating a repatriation flight from New York. It would be remiss of me, Mr. President, not to mention the government and people of Cuba for their internationalism, for their sacrifice and the goodwill that they have shown not only to us in the Caribbean, but nations throughout the world. We were fortunate to benefit from their provision of personnel, nursing personnel to Grenada to help combat COVID-19. And really, the people of Cuba have been on a crusade providing this help to nations throughout the world. I think that they are being considered for a Nobel Prize in medicine. Is it in medicine? Correct. In medicine, yes, Mr. President. And certain elements are trying to characterize that as something nefarious for some reason. There have been indications that this country is somehow involved in the nefarious act of human trafficking by providing medical personnel to help people, which is completely absurd, Mr. President. So I hope that Cuba will seriously be considered for that Nobel Prize, and I know that the government of Grenada will not hesitate to throw our support behind their bid. I don't know if it's a bid, but in support of their receipt of that prize. Mr. President, having regard to current economic challenges occasioned by COVID-19 and the decline in government revenues, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is committed to mobilizing resources to assist government's economic program. Particularly, our missions to the European Union in Brussels and the United Nations in New York are working with officials at the Ministry of Finance to ensure that Grenada gains access to the COVID-related financing packages currently available through various agencies. So, Mr. President, this sums up in a nutshell some of the work specifically related to our response to COVID-19 at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Those are only 3 ministries that I have reported on. My colleagues have provided reports on the other ministries, and of course the leader of government business is next. But what is common in all of our presentations, the common thread is the connectivity of the ministries and the collaborative effort of those ministries working together to ensure that we come out of this crisis alive and well and safe, Mr. President. That is the ethos of this government. That has always been the intention of this government, regardless of what other people like to promulgate in the media. It is evident in all of the programs that we have undertaken. It is evident in our response to COVID. It is evident in the results, Mr. President. No death, no COVID-related death in Grenada, Mr. President. So I think it is reaching to suggest that this government has anything but the best interest of its people at heart. And this is where I close my presentation, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Senator Lewis.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I want to once again, congratulate Senator Williams on her presentation. And through you, Mr. President, just permit me just to raise that it was not my intention, and it will not be my intention to question anyone's presentation, but out of a duty of clarity, I'm asking this question and to also ensure that whatever responsibility or position or rank is given to anyone is properly noted in this House. So, through you, Mr. President, my dear comrade, my question is designed to ensure that you have been properly afforded that responsibility which you carry. In the minutes, I am recognizing, through you, Mr. President, that Senator Williams has been recorded as a member. And would that, because Senator Williams is presented as, for my clarification, I'm seeking this, please, because should it be recorded differently? I don't know. I really do not know. So could a member present a ministerial statement or as a parliamentary secretary? And if this is the case, should the senator be recorded as parliamentary secretary? I sat there. I didn't want to do it while the senator was speaking. So I allowed the senator to finish and ask the question so that she could be properly recorded.
If I could respond to that, Mr. President. As a parliamentary secretary, they are permitted to be able to present ministerial statements. So what she has presented is proper and correct within the statutes of the Senate.
No, thank you very much, Leader of Government Business. But bear with me, Mr. President, as I further develop the question. In other words,
is related to her designation, because these designations are done through the Governor General's office. So you are proffering the question on what basis?
no,
Because the opportunities to question the reports that any person with the ministerial responsibility, and she's a parliamentary secretary. So she's entitled to make a ministerial statement. So your question is on what? The contents of what she said, or is it on a designation? If it's on a designation, then maybe you may wish to write the Governor General's office, because this appointment has been made through the Governor General's office being done. Yes?
can I?
So is it a question on her ministerial statement?
No, it was in relation to how, from my understanding, I was asking not to do with her point. I would never question this. In relation to, therefore, how the first, other the senators are represented here as minister for this, minister for that, and then members. And I was just asking, just in terms of proper recording of the minutes, would it be, well, I'm not sure if it's proper or prudent.
No, well, we are all members of the House.
Okay, okay. Just that I saw.
Anyone sitting here as a senator
Okay.
is a member of the House. Yeah?
Okay.
I'm kind of lost.
We didn't change the minutes because we didn't receive copy of the instrument to be adjusted.
Oh, okay.
So that's why it's all these, so in terms of the minutes, that should have been there.
Reflected. Okay. Yeah, yeah. The clerk.
Yeah, so I'm correct therefore in relation to my question. You know, okay. Asking the how to you, I was not asking I could have asked that question during the senator's presentation, but I did not want to interrupt her. So I allowed that. How should she be, sorry, not she, how Senator Williams should be recorded in the minutes, and so I back up.
She's a parliamentary secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. But it was just not recorded there.
Yeah, the clerk's pointed out.
But that's what thank you very much. That's what I was raising
Okay,
in that
fine.
context.
Yeah. Any other questions on this? If not, honorable members, how I think we should proceed. Lunch is available, but I would prefer if we work through the proceedings and then have lunch, so we don't have to resume, rather than to take a break now. All right, rather than stop the flow of things. So I am hopeful that we can wrap up by about 1:30, 2 o'clock latest, and then we just break and have lunch. Are there any serious objections to this? If not, I would suggest, rather than to break for an hour and then come back, or 45 minutes,
Agreed.
so we'll break for lunch right now. Yeah? That's right. So shall we proceed?
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Wish to beg indulgence, I may go beyond the 20 minutes that has been designated to us, in addition to ministerial statements on climate resilience, fisheries, education and trade, which I will cover. I do want to pick up on the presentation by Senator Garraway on the COVID control bill. So a few extra minutes would be appreciated. But before I start, and before I welcome the new members on the other side, I once again want to give recognition to the outgoing senators and the significant contribution that they made to this House during their time. Glenys Roberts, Ron Redhead, and Corinne James, and I was particularly touched, Mr. President, by her letter to you and your response, and the humility that she showed in that correspondence. And I think we all saw how she grew during her time in the House, and I'm sure we will see her again in some other fora as we move forward. But in welcoming the new senators, Senator Noel, Senator Sincere, it was encouraging to hear the passion, the vision they both share for the development of this great nation of ours. Some of the observations that they made, some of the frustrations, some things that are broken and need to be fixed, we see too. And their desire to make a difference, their desire to move our developmental agenda forward is certainly shared and resonates with all of us on this side and the government as a whole. And in identifying those many shortcomings, it's also important to remember and appreciate how this great nation of ours has developed positively over the last 20 years or so. We have seen significant development during this time. But of course, there's still a lot further for us to go. A lot more needs to be done. And their contributions and their willingness to serve, and Senator Sincere stated her passion for service, Senator Noel, his progressive thinking, are all part of what is needed to move our nation forward. So certainly welcome you and welcome your contributions to the process. So, Mr. President, I wish to just pick up on Senator Garraway's remarks regarding the withdrawal of the COVID control bill. And I think we will have a deeper discussion when we go through the Carnival cancellation bill in terms of all of the threats and the rationale behind the presentation of that bill. But I think it's just important to remind ourselves, when we hear in April, just 3 short or long months ago, time seems to take on its own dynamic in this very strange period. But when we came to this House to present the COVID stimulus package and the COVID emergency measures back then, there were 2 million infectious cases globally and 145,000 deaths. That was just 3 months ago. 3 months on, that's now 17 million people infected globally and close to 665,000 deaths. Tremendous increase in terms of the spread of this deadly virus. And when we look at what's happening in the US and the UK, our 2 principal sources of visitors to our shores, the US has now leads the world as being the epicenter for the virus right now, with 4.4 million infections and 150 deaths to date. And that number is rising. That 150, 150,000 deaths. In the UK, it's now the 9th highest in terms of infections globally, with over 300,000 infected and 6,000 deaths. So we have seen, and we're seeing day in, day out, the chaos that has been created in these developed countries, countries which have infinitely more resources than we do here in Grenada, and how with all of those resources, they are completely overwhelmed by this deadly virus. The health services are crippled. They have equipment shortages, health workers overstretched, exhausted, and the bodies piling up, Mr. President. So it is through the discipline, the measures put in place by this government, and the national sacrifices that have been made for all, have enabled us to manage this threat, these risks, as well as we have to date. And to date, we've only had 24 confirmed cases. All of those cases imported to our shores. 0 deaths so far, and no community spread. Mr. President, when we initially shut down and we implemented the state of emergency and those emergency measures, the threat outside, so 3 months ago, the threat outside is far less than it is today. When we start looking at the figures, the increasing rate of infection outside. And through the successful measures that we have implemented over this time, that we're now in a position where locally we're able to ease some of those measures that were enforced. Mr. President, in these unprecedented times, times where there is no playbook in terms of how we manage the crisis, this global crisis that we are in, Grenada has been applauded internationally for its management of this pandemic. Mr. President, this is not the end game. We haven't reached a landing point. Some of us think that because we have no cases as things stand now, no active cases, that we can afford to let our guard down. As we open up our borders, as many other countries are doing, and we grapple with this challenge of how do we keep our people safe, but at the same time have some semblance of economic activity to address the economic pandemic that the world is now facing. Also, as we open up our borders, the threats, the risks that are around us, Mr. President, those risks, those threats are our threats and threaten the safety and security of our people. So, Mr. President, if we do not remain alert, if we do not take all of the necessary measures to continue to protect our people, all of the sacrifices that we have made in the past 3 months, 4 months, will all have been in vain. The chaos, absolute chaos that we're seeing on our television screens of developed countries with significant resources, those bodies piling up, that death count, that will be the scenario that will play out right here on our shores. And Mr. President, we know the virus does not respect age. It does not respect gender, does not respect our religion, our wealth, our political affiliations. Mr. President, we're all at risk. But Mr. President, we are putting in place all of the necessary measures to manage these risks. Senator Garraway, Senator Cox went through that in terms of creating this bubble. So whether it's pre-arrival testing, screening on entry, quarantining, tracing and monitoring, all of the necessary measures to protect our borders and protect our people continue. Our challenge is how do we respond quickly and effectively to any infectious outbreaks in the event that these protocols, as stringent as they are, in the event that any of those protocols fail. These protocols are not foolproof. So when we look at the islands that have opened up early here within the region, the Bahamas, Antigua, have had to shut down very quickly as these outbreaks reoccur. And when we look at other parts of the world, we're now talking about a second wave. They flattened the curve. They thought they had this under control, and now they're seeing a recurrence of the virus. And it's within this context, Mr. President, that the COVID control bill was drafted. The need for us to have the measures in place, the legislation in place, which will enable us to respond quickly and effectively in the event of an outbreak. And those outbreaks, Mr. President, the reality of it will happen. So those of us who think that we have reached a landing point are sorely mistaken. The worst is still to come. So, Mr. President, the protection of our people, the control of this deadly virus, the need to protect our people was the intent of that bill. There are no conspiracy theories attached to this. There are no hidden agendas associated with this legislation. We've heard that agenda is a dictatorship. creation of a police state, imposition of martial law. Mr. President, these concepts are so divorced from who we are, what we are, where we are, Mr. President. The words within the bill were limited, specifically limited to containing the coronavirus. Nothing more, Mr. President. There were claims that the draft legislation is unconstitutional. Mr. President, the bill contained exactly the same provisions that existed in the, or currently exist in the regulations. There were statements that it's a permanent state of emergency that was being imposed. That is false. There was nothing permanent about it at all. It was sunset legislation. It had a time limit of 1 year, and it could be repealed at any point within that year. The rationale for that time period was that we know that the virus is here for the immediate future at least. And it needed to be there for in place for sufficient time for conditions and the threat to demise, to reduce. We heard statements that the legislation is unnecessary. Why do we need such legislation when we have no active cases in Grenada? We are COVID-free. As I said, Mr. President, the worst is still ahead of us. Just because we are COVID-free today does not mean that there will not be an outbreak tomorrow. We heard about the extra powers, and those extra powers were excessive. But once again, Mr. President, the powers within that draft bill were no more than what exists today in the current regulations. The technical rationale for pulling this, for drafting this bill, was to pull all of these different provisions, were either in the quarantine laws, the emergency power laws, the Public Health Act, to pull them under a single umbrella, a single piece of legislation that could be more effectively administered and bring some level of certainty in terms of the legal approach. It was a more elegant solution from a legal perspective. Mr. President, when you consider that the draft legislation, the provisions that exist within the regulations are identical, virtually identical, and those emergency measures are currently in force for the past 3 months. There has been no abuse of those powers, Mr. President. If during this period, management of the situation with these extensive powers have been implemented fairly, justly, appropriately, and has gotten us to where we are now, where technically we are COVID-free. We have achieved what we need to achieve to this point. Why would we throw that all away, Mr. President? Why would we then change our approach? So, Mr. President, I come back and say the intent of this legislation is simply to protect our people. Where we do deserve criticism, where we have made a mistake and we've taken full responsibility for this, is in not consulting extensively enough, not ventilating the draft legislation, not running through not only the content, but the context of this legislation with the public in advance. That, I believe, was our error. And we have taken full responsibility for that through the withdrawal of the bill. If we could turn back time, which we can't, but if we could turn back time, I genuinely believe that with the right ventilation, appropriate consultation with all stakeholders, whether it's the legal fraternity, the churches, civil society, the unions, public at large, and it was explained why we're doing it and the rationale for doing it, I don't believe we would be in the position we are in today. So, Mr. President, we shot ourselves in the foot. And we have taken responsibility. We will go back and consult. And that consultation will be extensive. And whether, in soliciting input, whether we have to amend, modify, replace, we will do so. So if that draft bill, if it was too long or it's too short, whether it's too broad, too narrow, too strong, too weak, too high, too low, we will amend after consultation. As long, Mr. President, as long as that final mechanism, legal mechanism, however it looks, achieves the goal that we need to achieve, which is the protection, the health and safety of every man, woman and child in Grenada, Carriacou and Petit Martinique. But it'll be a framework stakeholders are comfortable with and addresses the enormous challenge that we have. So, Mr. President, I don't believe it is too late. Mr. President, politicians are not the threat. Our police are not the threat. Our health workers are not the threat. The deadly threat that we face is COVID-19. That is where we should be channeling our national thought and our national efforts, is in addressing that threat. And it's only with unity, as we stand shoulder to shoulder to be our brother's keeper in this, and we put politics aside. Let us put politics aside. We have a chance at protecting those that we love most. So, Mr. President, the next step will be those extensive consultations. And out of that, we hope we will have the framework that will provide the protections that we require. So, Mr. President, I now will indulge in requesting some more time. So I'll now go through the ministerial statement. So first, the ministry I'm substantively responsible for, climate resilience, environment, and I will speak to fisheries. So the first update, Mr. President, is on the Climate Smart Cities program. This is the project that is a program that is funded by the Green Climate Fund with a technical support from New York University. New York University is in a position, they are completing the final draft of their proposal, which will establish St. George's as the first climate resilient, climate smart city within the region. And that will be submitted to government for its final approval, for onward submission to the GCF, and seeking funding proposals for the projects. And some of the projects that are contained within the Smart Cities program is the protection of the Carenage from sea level rise, urban development plan for the St. George's area, addressing some chronic issues such as traffic congestion and urban sprawl, and how we protect some of our most vulnerable communities within the area, addressing the vulnerabilities of our southern corridor between town and the airport, again looking at the road system, looking at issues of congestion and traffic flows, addressing the vulnerability of Grand Anse Beach, how do we protect that using nature-based solutions against sea level rise and erosion, sewage system for the south of the country, looking at how we can protect Maurice Bishop International Airport. The runway is virtually at sea level, vulnerable to erosion and sea level rise. The Grenville Coastal Road, highly vulnerable to sea level rise, solutions to address those vulnerabilities. And general capacity building, climate change, Mr. President, is here to stay. This is our new normal. So building capacity as a nation to address the challenge that we will face with climate change moving forward. So at the end of this pre-feasibility stage, we will be applying not just to the Green Climate Fund, but other funding organizations for the resources for the implementation of this program. We have sought additional support from the World Bank, who will be doing some of the financial analysis, building the business cases, identifying some of the funding sources that will move the project forward, and then also working with the IMF as we're wrapping the Climate Smart City program into their disaster resilience strategy, which is looking at the macro fiscal elements. How will we absorb the hundreds of millions of dollars that are required to implement such a project? How will that be absorbed within our fiscal management framework? And at the end of this, we actually planned with the IMF, it should be taking place around this time if it wasn't for COVID, but donor conference to bring investors, international donors, international development partners to Grenada, looking at how the forward financing of this program can be achieved. But in this post-COVID environment, or in this COVID environment, we're having to rethink how that is done, whether it's in virtual means or whether we postpone it until such time as we're able to do something more substantive. Mr. President, in discussions with the international development community, the talk out there is in this COVID stimulus, post-COVID world, the talk internationally is how do they build back better after this pandemic? Looking at all of our vulnerabilities, not just social health, not just our economic vulnerabilities, but also our physical vulnerabilities. And we've never been at a time in recent history where all of those vulnerabilities are so exposed as we move through this COVID period. So the international community consistently speaks of opportunities of harnessing investment flows to sustainable long-term development in areas such as renewable energy, in terms of smart, climate-smart infrastructure and nature-based solutions, and how those investments, in addition to addressing climate change, other vulnerabilities, could also lead to green and blue jobs and economic stimulation. So there are opportunities out there. The challenge for us, especially in this difficult period, is how do we turn those words, those beautiful words, into real action in terms of capacity building and the financing that we need to fulfill our ambitious plans. Fisheries Division, Mr. President, just a couple of things. We have requested support from the government of Japan, and we're in the final stages and proposal stages for accessing a $2 million US dollar grant fund specifically for Grenada for the management, long-term management of sargassum. So we're looking at the supply of booms, nets, tugs, barges, beach raking equipment that will assist us in the management of sargassum, which is a plague to the entire Caribbean region. And I don't know if you have been noticing, but we're seeing this year for the first time, we're seeing those sargassum migrating along our western coast. We're used to seeing it on the eastern coast. Now we're seeing it on the western coast. So some challenges ahead, but as I said, we're in discussion with regards to longer term assistance there. Moving on to the Ministry of Education. Education system has been seriously challenged during this period. How do we continue during this lockdown period with stay-home orders? How are we able to continue the education and constructive occupation of our children? And I want to commend the principals, teachers, parents, students for their cooperation, their patience during this new normal period, and in ensuring that our school kids are able to still receive a quality education. I just want to highlight a couple of areas. The first is the area of CPA. So for our school children transitioning from primary to secondary school, it was viewed that a CPA exam this year would not have been appropriate. It would not have been, from a health standpoint, the safe thing to do. So instead, a formula was derived by which school children were assessed based on their CPA, SBAs, and the MCT results to do a objective assessment. And out of the 1,872 students who were assessed, 1,743 attained a pass grade to transition on to secondary school. And the 128 students retained will be receiving one-on-one support through the ministry to determine their best path forward to ensure that no child is left behind. Also the successful reopening of schools, phase 1 of reopening of secondary schools for Form 5 students to enable them to prepare and sit their CSEC exams. And again, having to applaud teachers, parents, and principals for the work that went into that. And what we've actually found this challenging period has forced us to actually do many of the things that we've been talking about doing for so many years with regard to e-learning and the use of technology in the delivery of education services. So whether it is the launch of apps which had thousands of 20,000 practice questions for students done through a computer app, the launch of the MSTAR education platform for e-learning. So the complete CXE syllabus is available on that platform, enabling online electronic learning. With support from Lime and Digicel during this period to zero rate their service charges so that those families at home, schools, will not charge for the broadband access used during this education period. The training of over 2,000 teachers to support students in e-learning, and e-learning support for parents to again assist them during this time. So the next phase, that was phase 1 of school opening. The the strategy moving forward with the opening of all schools in the new school term. A proposal will be put to Cabinet within the next week or two to look at the safest and most effective way of achieving that. But we believe it will be based on a hybrid system where some classes will resume, others will be maintained online, so that the distance, social distancing, physical distancing that's required within the classrooms can be observed. Laptops and tablets for teachers and students. For secondary school, 65% of the volume of laptops and tablets that are required have already been delivered. The remaining 35% have been held up due to transportation issues affected by international restrictions, but by the start of the new school term, we will have the full complement for secondary schools. Primary schools will follow. And again, what we will see throughout the course of the 2020-2021 term is a blended approach of traditional physical books and tablets and laptops. So we're moving, our whole education system has moved, Mr. President, into the 21st century. School infrastructure is very quickly $50 million earmarked for the development and construction of new schools, repairs to existing schools, upgrades of existing schools. So whether that is PBC, 4.5 million upgrade, work started 2 months ago, whether it's Grenada SDA, $7 million, work started this month. Bishop's College in Carriacou, $10.5 million. Work is expected to start in August, and construction of other schools, repairs to many more. So government's commitment, ongoing commitment, not only in supporting our teachers and improving that teacher learning experience with our students, but also the physical infrastructure and significant improvements. And we've never seen these unprecedented levels of investment in our school infrastructure. Finally, Mr. President, I just want to touch on the Ministry of Trade and hone in on one civic area, which is Small Business Development Fund. It recognizes the significant contribution micro and small businesses make to our economy. Of the 4,400 registered businesses, 90% of those are micro or small businesses. In the 2020 budget, $5 million was allocated to that small business development loan, which was supporting businesses in the area, whether it's fishing, agriculture, tourism, retail. But as part of the COVID stimulus package, an additional $5 million has been invested in that area. And of that, for this next tranche, the terms are far more favorable than before, with unsecured loans, the value of unsecured loans increasing from $7,000 for individual loan up to $10,000 without security, a loan ceiling increase from $20,000 to $40,000, and an interest rate reduction from 6% to 3%. And Mr. President, at this time, where businesses, especially our small businesses, require support they're not receiving from commercial banks, from credit unions because of their risk aversity, the boost to whether it's supporting existing businesses in these difficult times or providing an opportunity for our young entrepreneurs to start doing for themselves. So, Mr. President, I wish to conclude my ministerial statement. Here I just wish to pick up on the comment from Senator Lewis again about government's stimulus package, and I want to underscore the comments, the response from Senator Cox. Instead of applauding the government for the significant financial support to those most vulnerable of our businesses, sectors, and specifically our workers, I was surprised at the approach taken and the lack of recognition of the level of due diligence, the accountability, the check and balances that exist within the Ministry of Finance to identify errors, mistakes, whatever they were, and ensure the public funds are appropriately used. I wish to close on that note, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And once again, thanks to the leader of government business. I have basically two questions on the minister's portfolio. It has to do with the marine protected areas. Is there any marine protected ranges, marine protected area ranges or enforcement taking place in the MPAs in mainland Grenada? And secondly, is there an MPA manager and communications officer?
Chris, you'll have to direct that question. His ministerial statement did not, to the best of my recollection, touch on any matter concerning MPAs. So that question, because this would be a question arising from his ministerial statement, you will have to commit this to paper and send it to clerk. Yes?
Mr. President, also being respectful of the time, if I could propose that we suspend the other matters on the order paper and go straight to the carnival cancellation bill, which I think is the most critical, and we can pick up the other matters when we re-adjourn on Wednesday.
Remembers the question proposed is that given the limitations of time, that the other matters on the order paper be suspended and that we move to the item 15 dealing with the bills. There's the Carnival, COVID-19 cancellation of Carnival August Celebration Bill 2020. So the proposal is to suspend the other matters on the order paper and to just deal with that particular bill. Yes, and then after that we would take the adjournment. So that is the proposal. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. So the rest of the order paper stand adjourned, suspended to the resumption of the Senate on Wednesday next week. But before you proceed, Senator Steele, I would wish for us to, as a Senate and as an expression of the nation's sentiments, for us to stand in a 2-minute moment of silence in recognition of the life and times of a number of persons, beginning first and foremost with parliamentarians. I wish for us to pay our respects and to convey through the office of the President the sentiments of profound condolences to the family, friends, colleagues of the late Owen Arthur, former Prime Minister of Barbados, who passed away rather untimely. He was the longest serving one-sitting Prime Minister, took office on the 15th, took office September the 6th, 1994, served his 3 successive terms until the 15th of January, 2008. Owen Arthur has been a distinguished Caribbean leader, a very celebrated and worked tirelessly for Caribbean integration. Only recently he played an important role in attempting to resolve the issues involved in the Guyana elections when he headed the Commonwealth Observer Mission to Guyana. I have very good and lasting memories of him. I've had the opportunity to work with him on many occasions, and the deep humanism of this individual is seen by my experience with him when several years ago, I can't remember exactly now the year, I was trying to research it but couldn't in the time have done so, was an occasion when Riyadh, and it's strange how events unfold because Owen Arthur was the current chairman of Riyadh in its most critical difficulty. But at the time when Riyadh could not pay wages during a Christmas period in December a few years ago, as head of the Riyadh group of unions, I initiated a meeting with Riyadh management and the then chairman of board, Dr. Holder, and we all traveled to Barbados for an urgent meeting. And when we did describe, I laid out the purpose of the meeting, Owen Arthur said to me, he said, "Senator, let me say something before we take our seats. I will not allow Caribbean workers, as Caribbean people, to face a Christmas without income. So while the company doesn't have the money to pay, that money I will ensure comes from the Barbados Treasury, will pay it, and then Riyadh will sort me out." And he immediately called the Ministry of Finance, and the meeting ended with a commitment to pay. And indeed, that Christmas, Riyadh workers received their wages. Such was the kind of person that Owen Arthur was. I want to come home a bit and to ask that we send our collective condolences and salute the memory of an outstanding Grenadian woman. In fact, the work of Louette Clarkson, her life's work as a nurse, we are reaping the benefits of it today. And as we recognized how successful we have been so far in dealing with COVID, the fingerprints of Sister Clarkson is on that achievement, because many of the nurses, she was a nursing tutor, she had many significant positions in the field of nursing. She was president of the Grenada Nursing Association, and at another occasion became president of the Caribbean Nursing Association. She held yet another important presidency. She was president of the Public Workers Union, came into that presidency, I think, sometime in 1989. And happy am I to have in my life walked along the journey with her as a celebrated trade unionist. In fact, the longest public workers union strike to take place in the history of this country took place under her stewardship, when we collectively led public workers then. We held a strike that lasted 8 days. And what is most noteworthy about that strike, we lost not a single day's pay. And that strike registered one of the largest blocks of increases ever paid to public servants or public workers in the entire history of Grenada, going back to colonial times. So, Sister Luet Carson, today the Senate wants to pay its deepest respect to you, to convey our sentiments of condolences to your surviving children, your husband, and your other relatives and close friends, and to the trade union community who have lost, in fact, a stalwart. As I say, I was privileged to be able to walk along the road with her, and I am profoundly moved by that. I want to move now to Guyana and pay tribute again and condolences to yet another outstanding Caribbean person, a long-standing member of the Guyana Parliament. In fact, he died while being a member of Parliament. He led Guyana's largest trade union, Guyana Agricultural and General Workers Union, GAU. He had been president for the better part of 30 or so years. Normally in the trade union business, we refer to him as a comrade, but he was a parliamentarian, Comrade Komal Chand. I first met Komal in the Soviet Union in 1980, and since then our friendship had grown over time. He had been a dedicated trade unionist, fighting the cause of workers, fell ill and unfortunately died in Cuba on the 8th of April. And we had real difficulty in getting his body repatriated from Cuba given the COVID conditions. But that repatriation took place last week. And again, I want to use the opportunity to convey to his family, his other comrades in arms and comrades in the trade union movement here, our deepest and most profound respects, and that moment of silence that we will stand will also be his name. Coming a bit back now locally, I wish honorable members to include in this moment of silence that we will stand a great Grenadian cultural icon, the late David Peck Edwards, who has contributed so much to what has made Grenada unique, what has given Grenada its cultural characteristics in the field of the steel band and steel orchestra in the arts. Peck had been an outstanding ambassador, a dedicated panist, and one who gave all of his life to the steel band movement and the steel orchestra in Grenada. I want to take this opportunity as we stand to pay homage and to recognize the contributions that he has made in the cultural field. I also want to recognize Mr. Andrew Stewart, a former national boxer of Grenada, who unfortunately lost his life due to COVID in the United States. He made Grenada proud by his distinguished contributions in the field of boxing. He was an outstanding boxer. It's my understanding that he was probably one of the beneficiaries of training from Cuba. Again, I want to use this opportunity to convey to his family, his surviving relatives, his closest friends, and his community, the most profound condolences as we salute his memory, pay homage to the contributions that he would have made to our nation. Our 2-minute moment of silence begins now. Thank you, honorable members. Pray be seated. I'm directing the clerk to prepare a necessary card of condolence, which I will issue on behalf of the Senate to each of the families, and I'll do a special message with respect to the members of Parliament. Thank you. Senator Steele.
Item number 15, bills.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to introduce for first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled COVID-19 Cancellation of Carnival August Celebration Bill 2020.
An act to cancel the Carnival August celebrations for the year 2020 and the recognition of those days as bank holidays, shortly entitled COVID-19 Cancellation of Carnival August Celebrations Bill 2020.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the relevant standing order of the Senate be suspended to enable this bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Suspended to take COVID-19 Cancellation of Carnival August Celebrations Act 2020 through all of its stages at this sitting of the House of Senate. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Senator Cox.
Mr. President, I beg to move the second reading of the bill. Mr. President, before this Honorable House is the COVID-19 Cancellation of Carnival August Celebration Bill 2020. Mr. President, this bill became necessary as we are in the midst of a pandemic, Mr. President, and for reasons that were even mentioned earlier by colleagues, from a health perspective and safety and well-being of the nation, this bill became necessary. Mr. President, but I think it's important to give some historical context as to how we arrive at this situation where we are today. Mr. President, I could recall in March, I think it's the 22nd of March, I think that was my first day as a member of the COVID-19 task force, and sometime around 11:30, thereabout in the night, I was in the company of the Minister of Health when he received a report of a first COVID case. That was strange territory for us, for Grenada. And I just want to put on record, Mr. President, to recognize the work and efforts of the Ministry of Health and, of course, the Minister for Health, who had worked very hard in ensuring where we are today. I must commend him on his effort and his stewardship. Mr. President, we taking this decision to cancel Carnival is one that we believe is on the right side of history. We will be on the right side of history. Carnival means everything to Grenadians. It means, I don't think we could use the words to describe what Carnival means to us. Everybody basically right now is probably looking for it, including me. But Mr. President, we know that the lives of persons is far much more important. And as I said to someone yesterday, they mentioned to me about Carnival. I said, yeah, we're having Carnival in 2021. Just continue to prepare for it. That is the best that we can do at this point in time. But Mr. President, this is important because none of us here would rest easy if we take a decision or do something that will cause someone life to be lost in this process. Mr. President, I say this because a few weeks ago, my wife and I were having a conversation, and she said something to me which was I didn't even think about. She said, if the younger persons are asymptomatic, what will happen when our kids go back to school? And she's saying that in the context that she knows and she's aware that she has an underlying condition, which means that her kids could go to school, take the virus and take it home to her and cause her to lose her life. Mr. President, I see this because right now where I stand, I am not even certain if my kids were able to go back to school. I don't know. That is the situation that is before us. And that situation is become more and more clear because why? My colleague Senator Steve said it. Our greatest challenge as a country is ahead of us, is before us as we open up officially tomorrow. I want to repeat that. Our greatest challenge is before us. We are going to be tested going forward as we try to get back to some level of normalcy. And this is a time when we need to be more vigilant, more than ever. Because one key word, Mr. President, and the word is novel. Novel. Novel coronavirus. Meaning that it is new. It is new to the entire world. It is new to scientists. It will bring new challenges. It will bring new surprises. And that is what we are faced with. And it's because of in the context of which Carnival is celebrated, it's a mass gathering, large gathering. That is an ideal catalyst for spreading the virus and spreading it quickly. We've seen it to persons in Florida when they had a spring break. Decide, we don't have time with that. We go down the beach. Now, the state of Florida is in a state of chaos right now. You have more than 1,000 persons in the United States dying daily for the past week or more. Mr. President, I just want the nation to be aware of these facts, these occurrences that are out there. Let's not get distracted. Let's not get distracted, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is so serious. I don't even know how we as a people of government can try to communicate so that persons can understand the gravity of what is before us. This is serious business. This is serious. This is nothing for joking around. We are speaking about people's life, which is definitive. We can't replace that. We have to be responsible. And it's for this reason we cancel Carnival and as such cancel the holidays. And one may say, why not give us the holiday for us to relax because we'll be inside and whatsoever. Mr. President, we are also looking at setting another precedent. Should we just give a holiday for holiday's sake? We can't do that. While we recognize the economic side of it, of not giving a holiday, because, of course, when there is a holiday, government lose revenue, businesses lose revenue because everything shuts down. But most importantly, from the health standpoint, is mean giving an opportunity for people to go out and gather. And we have a responsibility to try to minimize it as much as possible and not to encourage it. While we allow some of the private promoters to do small things to keep people at least in some semblance of recreation or enjoying some parts of our culture, we as government have a greater responsibility to ensure that the nation remains safe. And it's for those reasons, Mr. President, we believe that this is the right step. And I say this, and there is precedent in what we are doing. All our regional islands have cancelled their carnival as well. Going from St. Lucia, St. March, St. Vincent, April, Barbados, Antigua in April, Dominica, Martinique, they have all cancelled their carnival for the very same reason. But instructive enough, Mr. President, we cancelled last. And because we were looking to see if there were any avenue, if we could postpone it, but at the end of the day, the right decision was to cancel. Mr. President, you had people calling me, Minister, cancel the thing. That ain't making sense. What are you waiting for? Then you have other people calling me after we cancel. Why you cancel it? We could have something. We could have a jump up. Give us one jump up. Mr. President, those are the very news that are out there. But we believe that the only view that must resonate is the one that protects the lives of people. And as such, we're asking the nation, we're asking all the revelers, everybody, we are asking you. COVID-free doesn't mean that there is not an asymptomatic person within our communities. It doesn't mean that. COVID-free means that we have not seen it and we have no reported cases. Mr. President, do you know how we found our first case? The person fell ill. And lucky for us, that person fell ill. If that person didn't fall ill, that person could have gone on and infected more persons. And the analysis is that for every active case you have in the community, you multiply it by 10. So we were fortunate in that regard. And not only that regard, those persons, they cooperated with us when we had limitations there in terms of monitoring, quarantining. They worked with us. And so we're asking the nation to work with us to protect you by following the protocols. We have done so much to get where we are. We are commended everywhere, all around the world, and radio stations everywhere, throughout the world. We are commended for our efforts. I think it is right and fitting and proper for us to go the distance. And we can do it. I believe that if we continue to do what we have to do, it will allow us to get back quicker where we are than breaking those protocols. Mr. President, I just want to close on this part of the presentation by saying, again, I believe that this decision will show that we were on the right side of history. Thank you very much.
At this point, you could make whatever points you wish to make, whether you want to proffer some amendment, some idea, this is your opportunity to do so, and then the bill will then go to its committee stage. And at its committee stage, we will take it clause by clause, and if there was some clause you see that you felt should be amended or think otherwise, then you'll offer that at the committee stage. But this is your opportunity now to make your contribution, and you may wish to exercise it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I stand to fully support the bill. Having said that, I think it would have been remiss of me as a public health, someone working in academic public health, to go against this bill. However, I would want to advise, I would want to encourage that the same vigor, the same effort, the same attention that is placed on addressing the physical issues aligned to this disease be given the psychological ones. Because you see, Mr. President, we keep refusing or disregarding or failing to look at mental health issues. And Carnival, having worked, mind you, Mr. President, I'm not a reveler. I have not played Carnival, never in my life. But I do have friends and family members who play Carnival and who see this as an opportunity to free up, as they say, to reduce or release some of the stresses that they would have had throughout the year. And so by, removing the holidays, it does remove an avenue for them to release that type of frustration. And so it is our responsibility, or maybe the government's responsibility, to ensure that there is increased vigilance in addressing the mental health issues, in appreciating that persons would exhibit mental health issues, things that we, are still tabooed in our society. And so we find that persons may be suffering in silence when really and truly they should have some sort of avenue for assistance. welcomed Senator Williams's report, Mr. President, in this regard, where the Ministry for Social Services, Social Development would have, extended some initiatives towards the community. But I hasten to add, many times the persons who are in dire need of these initiatives would not call the hotline for confidentiality issues perhaps, or for different issues. And so my stance would be as an encouragement to perhaps the wider community to be a bit more observant of our family members, of our community members, of persons in the workplace who may be suffering in silence, to open our eyes a bit more, to observe, to see what is going on, so that in the very passage of this bill, by revoking the carnival, we would not have done any harm in another dimension. And that would be my stance on this bill, Mr. President.
Anyone else? Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. I know with the new layout, you're probably trying to adjust. I'm recognizing member now part of the larger gallery. Mr. President, like my colleagues, I stand to support this bill. Mr. President, this virus, COVID-19, took everyone by surprise. We were never prepared for it. And we were preparing for Carnival. I know a lot of young people was preparing for Carnival. Mr. President, I miss Soca Monarch this year. I miss supporting having a discussion on whether it's the north, south, east will take the crown. And I know a lot of young people feel the same. I mean, I hear the conversations. But Mr. President, this is about lives, it's about saving lives, and having large gathering, or promoting large gathering, is an ideal condition for the coronavirus. Actually, of recent, in fact, about a day ago, the World Health Organization would have released a statement that says that the spike or the resurgence in cases is as a result of, or partly due to young people. The fact that many do not want to be quarantined and they're having their small parties, and they're, as Minister Cox would have said, they're putting others at risk, like those with under-health situation. So you're seeing places like the United States, Portugal, Israel, and you're seeing the spike in, or the resurgence in cases. In Brazil, look at the situation in Brazil. At the start of the year, we weren't talking about Brazil, we were talking about Italy. And in no time, look at Brazil, number 2 in the charts when you look at number of deaths and cases by country. Mr. President, that could easily be Grenada. The potential of the virus could wipe out the population. You look at the death toll of COVID, it's about, the last time I checked was 648,000 people have died from it. In other words, I was telling one of my friends, if this, just think about the size of Grenada population of just about 112,000 people. That's almost every Grenadian dying 6 times. Mr. President, a virus of this potential, we shall not play games. And yes, I understand that to some, they love the carnival, but once we maintain or keep the protocols, once we are safe, I believe in 2021, we will have a carnival. And it's our duty. Well, we are hoping that in 2021, we will definitely have the carnival. Mr. President, I'm confident that, well, Mr. President, I wouldn't want to be devil's advocate, but I think definitely I believe in my view. Hopefully in 2021, we will see some ease and there will be some level of activity happening. Maybe a different type of carnival, maybe, or it may not be the same. We'll definitely see some activity happening. But Mr. President, it's my responsibility here as a young person to talk to the hearts of the youths and say, listen, I understand the frustration and I understand the concerns. Let's not, I'm hearing the views as well, Mr. President, of conspiracy theories. I'm hearing about a new world order. I'm hearing about the things. But Mr. President, there is science and there's facts, and as a government, we have to deal with the science and we have to do the facts. The science is that this is spreading, this is killing people, and we cannot afford, as a responsible government, to allow this virus to get here and has a potential effect of wiping out our population. So therefore, Mr. President, I give support to this bill, and I hopefully will, like as well, others support as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, thanks very much. Mr. President, I rise to give my unwavering support to the passage of this bill before us. And primarily to just say this, use one country as an example as to why we need to do this and to ensure that in our practice we keep our borders or keep our country safe. Up until 3 days ago, or a week ago, Hong Kong, who shares a border with China, was as a poster child in the world as it relates to keeping the virus out. They didn't believe in lockdown and so forth, but they had strict measures to control the population. But yesterday, they said the report is They saw the highest number of infection in this period, 149. And what has changed? Hong Kong opened its border to its students coming back from overseas. And that's where the virus crept in. You may have asymptomatic people coming in and just like that. And right now, Hong Kong has made the decision, strict measures, that they will not allow foreigners to enter the borders as of now. So only nationals coming back? Yes. But as nationals come back, they have to take COVID, the test, the PCR test, and whatever is available. But also quarantine, mandatory quarantine for 14 days. Why they have moved and made this drastic, take these drastic measures is because they've realized things are getting worse. So the health authority said, our hospitals are about to collapse. Hong Kong is massive. Yes, they have resources. And we're looking at Grenada, not very many ICU beds, not very many ventilators. But we have a disease that has shown us in the bigger first world nation that it has the ability to wipe out populations. And historically, when it was believed that this thing was affecting more senior people, it's not so anymore. It's affecting young people as well. I have the testimony of an 18-year-old young girl from Houston. And this young man, who is no longer with us, went to this COVID party and said, they believe as young people that it's a hoax. You know, because part of the conspiracy theory is 5G and so forth and so on. But they don't believe. And he went to this COVID party and everybody was just having a good time. Yes, to release the stress and the caged up mentality that we've had, try to release it. And when he got into hospital in ICU, just before he expired, he said to the nurse, I made a mistake, a terrible mistake. Not believing that COVID is real. And not believing I have to follow the protocols. He died. Mr. President, the cancellation of Carnival this year will have implications for the economy, of course. And I said earlier, this government has demonstrated its care for people to raise revenue and to make sure that you're able to provide those sort of support you have been given. But the revenue is down now by 50%. So it means that the reservoir you had is drying up. But you're still required to make contributions. So Carnival would have been a big thing, and historically it's shown that quite a lot of revenue has been raised during that time. The government is saying the health and well-being of our people much more than the revenue that we can raise in Carnival. So let's put it off. So the bill in Carnival is off, and the bill is saying, let's not create a new normal by just giving a holiday for holiday's sake. But we do know, and I value the comment made by the young senator Sincere on the other side, because I noticed, I've been hearing people saying, they go play a mass, and what are they going to do? Yeah, I could understand that. But if we just give the 2 days holiday, what are we saying to them? Go play a mass, wherever you want to do it. But there are inherent risks. And as a government, and as a people, we cannot expose ourselves and our people to these risks. So that's why we need to do what we're doing. If next year things are better, you'll get an opportunity. But for this year, let us work together with this one in mind, that One life is too much to lose to COVID. I thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second. Sorry, Senator Luke.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I rise to give my support and to indicate it is the right decision to make. And the labor movement, and I'm sure the people of Grenada, will support any administration that shows that level of concern in relation to ensuring that we minimize the possibility of any social gathering. I want to use the opportunity one time also on the same bill to encourage our workers to remember that the days are now working days and be guided accordingly. We will, in the labor movement, support the responsible and right things to do. And the cancellation of Carnival that we called for very early in the year, it is only proper to, once it is cancelled, to remove the holiday. We will give the support, as we have said. And it shows there are measures that we can take in a responsible way to manage the health risk. And Senator Sincere, that's an important aspect that you have raised. And I want to encourage the government and all of us, not just the government, to keep speaking to our colleagues throughout the state of the importance of remembering the challenges that we face and to give encouragement to find ways and means of addressing the psychosocial aspects that will come around. And we can achieve the minimizing of the possibility of the spread of COVID without having to give any police officer the right to be able to come into my house at any time without a warrant. And we will support all the responsible actions and give our commitment to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to give my support to the bill as it has been presented before this Honorable House. Would be remiss of me, Mr. President, of course, if I did not take this opportunity to welcome my fellow colleague senators to this new House. I was heartened and encouraged by the tone and the content of their maiden speeches. In particular, I listened with interest both, and especially to that of Senator Noel. I am an avid student of history myself. I am always heartened when there are those amongst us who take the time to start at the beginning before we get to the end, and that's important. I listened to your comments in relation to revolution, which is excellent. I look forward to a discussion as well on evolution, because I think the importance is sometimes overlooked of us considering how we have evolved as a people and what we need to do as a people to fashion a system of government and development that serves us, is indigenous to us as people. And so I welcome you, as we say, and look forward to, as Senator Cox said, robust debate, as we will have a very good time in this House, I am sure. Mr. President, I won't belabor the point too much. My colleagues on the side have made several very valid and pertinent points in support of the bill. I will say in addition only that we must, I think it behooves us as a people and as a government to be driven by the science as it relates to COVID-19 and to recognize that this disease, as Senator, the leader of government business indicated, is no respecter of persons. It's no respecter of gender, of income. And so our obligation in these times is to keep the circumstances that we find ourselves in at the forefront of our minds. And if we are serious, and I know we are as a people, about keeping COVID at bay, then we have to be driven by what the sentence says, which is that we ought to avoid at all costs large celebrations or large gatherings. And I know it is in this spirit that the bill was brought before this Honorable House. And so in those circumstances, as I said, Mr. President, I give my full support to the bill and look forward to working with my colleagues on the other side. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator George. Okay, Senator, the question is that the bill... Oh, Senator, I'm so sorry. You got to excuse me. But yes, Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excuse me. I rise to give my support to the COVID-19 cancellation of Carnival August celebrations bill. Mr. President, I believe that this bill is necessary given the circumstances that befall us this year. But I believe underlying the ratio behind this bill is a larger lesson in adaptation. There's a Chinese proverb that says, the wise adapt themselves to circumstances as water molds itself to the pitcher. And it was Charles Darwin who said, it is not the strongest of the species that survives, not the most intelligent, it is the one that is the most adaptable to change. And Mr. President, in this year, more than any other in recent times, Grenadians have had to adapt to this new normal, as we like to say. We have had our liberties restricted, we have had our hygienic practices scrutinized, and it is not a desirable state of affairs, but for the time being, Mr. President, it is necessary. And our government has shown a deep understanding of the importance of adapting in times of crises. We have seen it during Ivan, we have seen it during the economic crisis, and now we have seen it during this pandemic. However, Mr. President, these successes have had the unfortunate effect of allowing a spirit of complacency to creep in. Many of us, and unfortunately those in positions of power and influence, have been laboring under the illusion that we are out of the woods. Nothing could be further from the truth, Mr. President. We have seen, for example, with our neighbors to the north in the Bahamas, when they reopened their ports of entry, there was an immediate surge in cases, and thus their ports had to be shut down once again. So the prospect for an onslaught of new imported cases, especially with the imminent reopening of our ports, is a very real one. Therefore, it is crucial that we inculcate in people a spirit of serenity and self-restraint. We hear a lot about the 1918 Spanish flu, which claimed the lives of millions of people. And what that event has taught us is that we must not rush to return to life as normal in situations such as these. Now, during that pandemic, the 1918 Spanish flu, the cities that closed the schools and banned public gatherings fared well, but the other cities that ignored these restrictions suffered a resurgence of the disease. For example, in Philadelphia, there was an infamous decision not to cancel its Liberty Loan Parade. And that resulted in 1,000 deaths in the span of 10 days, making the city one of the hardest hit by the pandemic. Also in Denver, they lifted restrictions on Armistice Day, celebrate the end of World War I, only to experience a deadlier spike. Now, note, Mr. President, that these spikes were the result of celebratory carnival-like activities being conducted. So with those examples in mind, it is appropriate to remind ourselves of the popular adage that those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. We must learn from these past mistakes and even the current mistakes that are being made by those in the developed world in order to safeguard our communities. Now, we can only hope, Mr. President, that there are no more cases of COVID-19. We can only hope that no one has flown on the radar, but there is always a risk, however small, however remote. And the question is, are we willing to expose ourselves to that risk by creating the conditions for people to engage in activities that could be detrimental to the health of our nation? Any reasonable person would say that the answer is no. We should not expose ourselves to that risk. Now, the carnival celebrations will return, Mr. President, and we shall enjoy them even more so because absence makes the heart grow fonder. So I imagine in 2021, Honorable Member Cadet, or whenever that may be, our celebrations will be more joyous than in the past. But surely this year, Mr. President, we can make the sacrifice. Surely this year, we can err on the side of caution and choose safety and productivity over possible outbreak and further loss, not further, but loss of life. Change is hard. Losing the comfort and pleasures of our normal routines is hard. But Mr. President, these are normal times, and therefore our disposition cannot be normal. We must, for the time being, learn to adapt. And it's for those reasons, Mr. President, that I support the bill before us. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. President, conscious of time, just a couple of words as I lend my support to the passage of this bill. Mr. President, we're doing what is right and not what is popular. The people will never, ever forgive us if we were to move forward with something like this and we do not, and we ignore the science. Mr. President, this is about leadership, and that has been shown from the very start of this crisis, and it is an approach that we're going to continue with, making those hard but right decisions, and it's not about doing what is popular. And again, Mr. President, I lend my support to the passage of this bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the Senate resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honourable members, the question. Sorry, yeah. Go ahead, yes, that's true.
A bill for an act shortly entitled COVID-19 Cancellation of Carnival Celebrations Bill 2020.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the Senate resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
Members, the question is that the Senate dissolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Honourable members, this House now committee of the House. Senator Cox. President.
Clause 2, cancellation of carnival or celebrations.
Honorable members, the question is Clause 2, cancellation of carnival celebrations, forms part of the bill. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 1, short title.
Honorable members, the question is Clause 1, that is the COVID-19 cancellation of Carnival August Celebrations 2020, form part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the Senate resumes and the chairman of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate resumes and the chairman reports progress on the bill. Does any of that opinion say aye? To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do indeed have it. Honorable members, this House now resumes. I wish to report that the bill had been taken clause by clause without amendment, passed by, taken clause by clause without amendment.
Mr. President, I beg to move the chairman's report be adopted.
Honorable members, the question is that the chairman's report be adopted. All those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be ready third time. And for newcomers, even at this stage, you can make an intervention if it is necessary. But generally, people don't, especially when lunch is high and we are all in a state of agronomic anxiety. So, the question is that the bill be ready third time. The question is, honourable members, that the bill be ready third time and passed. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. No?
The bill for an act shortly entitled COVID-19 Cancellation of Carnival August Celebrations Bill 2020.
Next item. Adjournment.
Somebody has to move the adjournment.
Yeah. Senator Steele.
Mr. President, I beg to move a motion for the adjournment until Wednesday, 9 a.m. on Wednesday to conclude
And
the sitting.
that date is what again? Wednesday is what date? Yeah. Next Wednesday, the 5th. Yeah. So. Honorable members, I just want to make one point before we move to the adjournment. And I want to take the opportunity to speak on the adjournment while not denying you the opportunity, so to speak. But I would prefer if you don't, as the lunches are waiting us. On the mental health issue, which raised by Senator Sincere, I want to use the opportunity to make the following suggestion. As the Senator has correctly said, quite often people with mental health issues don't easily vocalize them. And part of the challenge in dealing with this health issue is because it is not vocalized, it is not easily picked up. And people go through all these emotional crises rather quietly. And before you know long, it's expressed in quite often deadly ways. I want to suggest and that is for the trade union colleagues and Senator Lewis. For the unions to consider setting up in each union a particular hotline and to convene a series of clinics, mental health clinics with mental health professionals, and there are quite a number of them on island now, utilizing the shop steward system, because the shop steward system is a well-established and functioning system within the trade union movement. All workplaces have shop stewards, and to provide what I will call mental health kits. All that simply means is that in a training program which could be done virtually, shop stewards can be armed with tools of observation by mental health experts, people in the field of psychology and so on. And these kits can be given to these individuals, and they could become part of the monitoring. Because in my days, I was very back in the union movement, we had a program of intervention, especially for substance abuse. And we had several doctors who were consultants to the union. Unfortunately, 2 of them died. I'm speaking about the late David Lambert and the late Barry McBarnett, who were consultant doctors for the Technical and Allied Workers Union. And kits can be developed where your shop stewards can be trained, and they can observe at the workplace, because workers at the workplace to develop a kind of camaraderie, especially if you're working in a factory and you're on the line, a camaraderie situation develops and people know, and workers know things about each other. All right? And if workers are armed with that knowledge, especially the shop stewards who quite often work as health and safety officers, they can assist in being part of this system of monitoring. And then reports can be made, and those reports can go to the health and safety officer, and then early interventions can possibly be made in order to help. As I told you before, in the substance abuse program, in the Technical and Allied Workers Union, that was a very successful program. There were many workers who were able to identify who were either alcoholics or were using cocaine or marijuana or whatever. Many of them had mental problems. We were able to get help for them, and quite often the union paid for that help. Many workers recovered. We were able to make interventions on the job with management and get the cooperation of management and so on to assist. And workers at times were given time off to go for necessary treatment and that kind of thing. So I want to suggest that in this time that the unions all think of setting up these hotlines based along the shop steward system as one more way in which we can make the intervention for people who would be suffering with mental depression at this time. Given the fact that you have all of these issues, workers have lost their jobs, family incomes have fallen dramatically, and all of this is happening. Your bills are not falling. In fact, your bills are increasing because you're not able to service them, so there's greater anxiety within homes of working people, and all of these situations. So that's a suggestion I would want to make on that. And without any further ado, well, I see there's a light of Senator.
Yes, Mr. Sorry, I just want just like to basically welcome the new senators. I know the last time I came, when it was my first time, basically, did it at the adjournment. So I was basically preparing to welcome them at the end. I probably would have done it at my presentation. But Mr. President, I just basically want to welcome Senator Terry Noel and Senator Tessa Alexander. Both I know very well. Senator Alexander would have taught me French at secondary school, and and then Terry as well. We are very good friends. I think St. Andrews have a greater representation now in the Parliament, or in the House, in the Senate, and that's very good, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I know we have our lunch, but I just want to welcome the new Senator. Thank you, Mr. President.
My own way of being a little bit facetious. Honourable members, the question is that the Senate now stands adjourned, adjourned until Wednesday the 5th at 9 in the morning. I wish to thank all senators. Please be safe. Have an enjoyable weekend with your families and a safe weekend. This Senate now stands adjourned until Wednesday at 9 o'clock. Thank you.